considered. The guidelines provide for filing, internal review, approval, and scheduling of questions in the order paper. They also detail the procedure for the disposal of questions in plenary. In your own interests, I also appeal to senators to familiarize themselves with these guidelines. Honorable Senators, in the next couple of days, we will expect the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget to table its report on the Division of Revenue Bill. The passage of the Division of Revenue Bill will be followed by the introduction of the County Allocation of Revenue Bill, the County Government's Additional Allocation Bill, and respective cash disbursement schedules. These are crucial financial instruments for the effective functioning of county governments. As you already see from the order paper and the weekly program of business of the House, we resume our sittings with an already full plate. The new legislative tool in the form of questions also adds to this in tray. The Chair will begin to ensure that the legislative agenda of the Senate moves at a much faster pace in this part of the calendar compared to the first. This requires that we manage the time of the House more effectively. It also means that certain decisions will be made by the Chair pertaining to the time allocation for petitions, questions, and statements as per the standing orders and in the guidelines for processing questions. In addition, the use of Standing Order 98 pertaining to points of order during debate will be applied in the manner stipulated. It goes without saying, the movers of business in the order paper must be in the Senate to prosecute the same. The Chair will not hesitate to drop from the order paper any business that upon being called, the mover is absent without notification to the Speaker. In the same vein, I call upon the Senate leadership to ensure that the requisite number of senators is in the House for divisions to be undertaken in a timely manner. Honorable Senators, in conclusion, the Senate Business Committee has approved a schedule for committee chairpersons to issue statements pursuant to Standing Order 56-1B. The first three select committees are already scheduled in today's order paper. We look forward to hearing the work that the committees are undertaking, impact that this work is making, their plans for the next few months, and a report on the status of implementation of resolutions of the Senate. I wish you fruitful deliberations and wish all honorable senators well in this part of the calendar. I thank you. Honorable senators, you may walk in. I have two more communications to make. Honorable Senators, as part of a robust program to promote a whole government approach on matters of security and to facilitate a shared vision in safeguarding national interests, the Senate, in conjunction with the National Intelligence Service, has organized a two-day National Protective Security Awareness program for all honorable senators. The objective of the event hinges on governance structure that ensures the successful leadership and oversight of protective security risk, adoption of a risk management approach that covers every area of protective security across government, establishment of a business continuity management program so that critical functions of each arm of government can continue to the fullest extent possible during a disruption, provision of regular information, security awareness training, and support development of relevant policy options, and the use of the annual evidence-based assessment process to provide assurance that government security capability is fit for purpose. Honorable Senators, I therefore take this opportunity to extend an invitation to you to attend and participate at this very important event that is scheduled to take place on Friday 14th and Saturday 15th April 2023 at the Windsor Golf Hotel and Country Club in Kiambu County. Further details pertaining to the program will be communicated through the Office of the Clerk. I thank you, Honorable Senators. Honorable Senators, I also would like to acknowledge the presence in the Speaker's Gallery this afternoon, 7 young men and women who have been in the Senate in the last 6 months, undertaking an internship program. The objective of the program is to provide young people with first-hand experience in the legislative process and to expose them to the intricate world of public policy and public service. I request each one of them to stand when called out so that they may be acknowledged in the usual Senate tradition. These are Ms. Sheila Wangari Murithi, Mr. Gichengo Eli Wachira, Mr. Juma Ongonga Tobias, Ms. Sharon Anastasia Muhonja, Mr. Muranja Lewis Kungu, Ms. Stacy Sedela Maloba, Mr. Manasseh Mathangu Munyi. On behalf of the Senate and on my own behalf, I wish you well in your future endeavors. I thank you. Next, order clerk.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions.
Honorable Chirange.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, and welcome back from the recess. Mr. Speaker, sir, petition to the Senate concerning mistreatment, harassment, property laws, and human rights violation meted on the family of the former Tinred Member of Parliament, led Honorable Jean Marie Seronei. Mr. Speaker, sir, want to draw the following attention of the Senate to the following. That Jean Marie Seronei was a member of Legislative Council for Nandi or Legico, that is known, constituency from 1961 to 1963, and Nandi North in 1963-1966, and later the first member of Tinred constituency in 1966-1975. That, Mr. Speaker, sir, that Honorable Jean Marie Seronei was elected the Deputy Speaker for Parliament of Kenya in 1975. That during his tenure, he advocated against abuse of power, condemned corruption, and fair distribution of resources and land injustices across the country. That, Mr. Speaker, sir, Honorable Seronei helped champion social justice, rule of law, and democracy through much of the early independent years of Kenya. His ideas of devolution, which he kept active through much of the 60s and 70s, are now part of Constitution 2010. Mr. Speaker, sir, Seronei was arrested within the prisons of Parliament and detained for 3 years and 2 months in harsh prison conditions without trial at the famous Manyani GK prison and later to Committee prison. Mr. Speaker, sir, that he was then released in December 11, 1978, and stayed at home where he faced a series of opposition from leaders and aspirants. That in the year Honorable Jean Marie Seronei, as is known GM Seronei, in the year 1981, he was appointed as the chairperson of Industrial Development of Bank, that is IDP, which he served until his death on 6th December 1982. Mr. Speaker, sir, that his farming venture deteriorated significantly, and Honorable Seronei was unable to service his huge loan that he took from the Standard Chartered Bank and National Bank of Kenya to finance the acquisition since he was in detention. Mr. Speaker, sir, the petition to the Senate, therefore, that he desperately tried to seek the help of the government of Kenya to at least waive off his interest for the time he was in detention on 3 years and 2 months, that he had not been tried and found guilty of any offense. His pleas fell on deaf ears, leading him deep into a state of depression. Mr. Speaker, sir, that Jean Marie Seronei, Honorable, after his death, almost all his land and property was sold and others grabbed, leaving his family desperate, thus becoming squatters. And even his grave has also been grabbed. That, Mr. Speaker, sir, Honorable Jean Marie Seronei, they have made best efforts to these matters addressed by relevant authorities, of which have failed to give satisfactory response. Mr. Speaker, sir, that none of these issues raised in this petition are pending in any court of law, constitutional, or any other legal body. Wherefore, we humble petition prays that the Senate, 1, investigates the circumstances that led to unlawful arrest and detention without trial of the late Honorable Jean Marie Seronei without trial and without any offense. Mr. Speaker, sir, second prayer, make appropriate recommendations to have the family of the late Honorable Jean Marie Seronei be compensated. Number 3, Mr. Speaker, sir, prayer, investigate the reasons that led to non-adherence to the various court orders issued to the family concerning disputes on property belonging to the late Honorable Jean Marie Seronei. So, Speaker, sir, and finally, consider recognizing the late Honorable Jean Marie Seronei as a national hero through the requisite mechanisms. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Honorable Senators, I've got another petition to present. Thereafter, we will make comments. I'll invite comments on the 2 petitions within the available 30 minutes meant for petitions. Honorable Senators, I hereby report that a petition has been submitted to the Senate by Mr. Charles Waikwa and others concerning the gazettement of land reference 12493, situated west of Rumuruti Township in Laikipia County. As you're aware, under Article 119(1) of the Constitution, and I quote, every person has a right to petition Parliament to consider any matter within its authority, including enacting, amending, or repealing any legislation. Honorable Senators, the salient issues raised in the said petition are as follows: that the petitioners are residents of Laikipia West constituency and owners of land reference number 12493, measuring approximately 370 acres, situated west of Rumuruti Township in Laikipia West constituency, Laikipia County. That the Kenya Forest Service approached Mr. Kinga Wamwendia, the owner of parcel of land reference number 2467/1, with a view to acquire the land for expansion of Lariat Forest, and offered to compensate him with an alternative parcel of land from Rumuruti Forest, Laikipia County. That in the year 1980, Mr. Mwendia surrendered the original title documents in respect of land reference 2467/1 to the Kenya Forest Service, which was transferred to the government and gazetted as forest land. That a grant was thereon issued to on freehold basis by the Commissioner of Lands to Mr. Mwendia for parcel of land reference number 12493, which was to be degazetted as forest land. That land reference number 12493 has since been subdivided into many smaller parcels of land and transferred multiple times over the last 43 years, and that the Ministry of Lands has always processed the transfers and issued title deeds thereon on freehold basis to the transferees. That the agricultural activities taking place on parcel of land reference number 12493 have been the economic lifestay of the area, and the county government of Laikipia generates substantial revenue from taxes collected on farm produce being delivered to markets from the area. That the Kenya Forest Service has failed to formally degazette parcel of land reference number 12493, contrary to the agreement with Mr. Mwendwa, and this failure has resultant effect on the area being underdeveloped by the county government in terms of infrastructure and social amenities, and that the county government has never considered this area whenever national and county government plans are being prepared and budgets thereon allocated. That the petitioners have made efforts to address the matter by relevant authorities, all of which have failed to yield the desired outcome. The petitioners, therefore, pray that the Senate, through the relevant committee, investigates the matter with a view to fast-track the degazettement of parcel of land reference number 12493, situated west of Rumuruti Township in Laikipia County, and 2, intervenes in the manner to ensure that county government of Laikipia includes this area in its annual development plans and allocate budgets for establishment of social amenities, construction, grading, and maintenance of infrastructure projects for equality and inclusivity. Honorable Senators, pursuant to Standing Order 237, I shall now allow comments, observations, and clarifications in relation to this petition, together with the petition that has just been read out by the Honorable Senator Seronei, all combined for a period of 30 minutes. Senator Osotsi, you're the only one on the... Yeah, it's now working. Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there is a problem with the system. That's why I had to use the interruption. Mr. Speaker, this is a very important petition. And you remember last week, I presented a statement in this House on a similar matter that is affecting my county, Vihiga County. A situation where government acquired land through compulsory acquisition from landowners, private landowners, and relocated them to a forest, a place called Shiru Shabiringa Settlement Scheme, which is within the larger Kakamega forest. These people have been there for over 35 years without titles. They can't access amenities like roads, hospitals, and the government has kept on promising that they are going to resolve the problem. Mr. Speaker, a lot of petitions have been made to this House for the government to resolve this issue so that they degazette that part of the forest for settlement. That has not been done. So I presented a statement which I hope the committee, relevant committee, will look at this matter in totality, not just Laikipia, but Vihiga and many other places where government acquired land from private owners, and then it has refused to gazette the forest where they were taken to. This is a serious issue, Mr. Speaker, and I hope the committee will move with speed to look at all similar matters of this nature and provide a report to this House as soon as possible. And Mr. Speaker, we must also interrogate the performance of Kenya Forest Service on matters to do with the degazettement of forests. They have been very slow, they have been very bureaucratic, and I hope the committee will also invite Kenya Forest Service to shed light into the issue of degazettement as far as comparison or acquisition of private land is concerned. Mr. Speaker, I support this petition.
Senator Cheriot Aaron.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I join the rest of my colleague and those who will speak after in perhaps sharing a thought or two on these two petitions that have been presented. I'll begin with the later than the former after that, Mr. Speaker. This is the second petition in the last 2 weeks that that is being brought before this House, Mr. Speaker, with regards to land acquired by the government forcefully, Mr. Speaker, and the subsequent mistreatment of members of the public who otherwise were going about their duties, were not bothered with selling that particular land, but because government had need or for strategic reasons to the community, decided to acquire the land. Mr. Speaker, about 5 years ago, we passed the land valuation bill in this House and provided the procedures upon which government can acquire land, Mr. Speaker, from members of the public and the procedures that needs to be followed. Laws that we debated for many hours in this House, Mr. Speaker. In fact, if my memory serves me right, we stayed up to deep into the night because there were many regulations that members felt we needed to include so that we protect the citizens, because the basis of argument at that particular time, Mr. Speaker, was between the government and the people, who deserves protection from each other. And while it was found that on many occasions, this is based on the experience from how people had manipulated land records, Mr. Speaker, especially key people in government who knew where strategic investment, big projects were about to be churned out in a particular part of the country. They'd quickly buy land and sell to government at an exorbitant price, Mr. Speaker. Then we found that there was need to, while securing the interest of Kenyans generally, because government at the end of the day is all of us as a people, but still also protect the rights of the property owners, because the right to own property, Mr. Speaker, is a constitutional right, which we felt if you're providing for the legal mechanism of how the same can be withdrawn, Mr. Speaker, then it must be properly guided so that citizens can enjoy their rights to the full, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, we did a bill in this House, Mr. Speaker, one afternoon that we hoped would have ensured that we never get to see the kind of petitions as one that was presented last week, I think with regards to Vihiga County, and this one of today, Mr. Speaker, from Laikipia. It is my sincere hope that when the Committee of Lands retreats, Mr. Speaker, to consider this particular issue, they will come back to this House with a report whether is it for want of good laws that we are seeing many of these cases, Mr. Speaker, because I believe this is not the only problem that we have. These two cases are not the only ones in the country. Or is it that officers, either Ministry of Lands or Kenya Forest Service or any state agencies, Mr. Speaker, are doing this in total disregard to the rule of law, Mr. Speaker? Because if that were to be the case, then we need to sanction those officers so that we protect citizens and we don't end up having citizens frustrated, Mr. Speaker. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, just by way of closing, is on the very sad story of the great Jean-Marie Seronei. If you're a historian, Mr. Speaker, of parliamentary practice in Kenya, you cannot miss the chapter. And Mr. Speaker, is unfortunate because previously, in the 9th, 8th, and the previous parliaments, we used to have a library, I think used to be somewhere where now that serves as as a Senate lounge, Mr. Speaker, where on many afternoons you'd walk in and read about debates and contributions of greats that had worked before us in this House, Mr. Speaker. It's unfortunate that we haven't kept that culture, Mr. Speaker. And on many occasions, when members want to study or read, perhaps even if you were to put a question today, Mr. Speaker, whether any of our colleagues in the House today know where the parliamentary library is today, not one will be able to answer. Maybe Senator Omogeni knows, or he may not even be aware that it is below his office at County Hall, Mr. Speaker. That's where it has been tucked into. I know that also, Mr. Speaker, because that's where my office used to be for the last 5 years. It's unfortunate, Mr. Speaker. I hope that we can keep on the culture of celebrating men and women who made great, significant contribution. Forget about the executive, forget about the judiciary, at least us as legislators. Jean-Marie Seronei suffered because mostly of the things that he said and did while as a member of parliament. Of course, the trademark remark that is known for, the infamous one of, or the rather famous one of, you cannot substantiate the obvious, that got him into trouble, was made in this very precincts of parliament, Mr. Speaker. Yet, it is within our powers to celebrate such members who made their contribution one way or the other, but were eventually punished. There are many others, Mr. Speaker, that we can think of. We can use this as an example of either us as a parliament by recommendation, because we have the National Honors Committee, Mr. Speaker, that we can think through. I know we may not find the money to compensate his family, but there are certain things that we can do that his family will feel that at least as parliament, we appreciate the contribution of their patriarch, Mr. Speaker. This is the second time that this issue is coming before this House, Mr. Speaker, yet we haven't been able to secure anything. At least, Mr. Speaker, even for heaven's sake, secure his grave, which now we know for a fact is a playground in a primary school in Nandi, where he comes from. Maybe name the school for which his body lies in, because now it's a playground of a primary school, after him, and build a proper mausoleum, celebrate him, either through the county government, national government, on recommendation of this House, because we have the powers, Mr. Speaker. And I believe there's something that the committee can recommend. Then using the example of Jean-Marie Seronei, celebrate other greats that came to this parliament and in the course of their work as parliamentarians, because as we do our work, we rub those in the executive the wrong way sometimes, we can use that as a basis to celebrate others, so that in many years, long after we are gone, Mr. Speaker, from this earth, others can also remember the work that we did while here. That is, if we live to be great and do great things for this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Mogeni.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm moved and saddened listening to the agony that has befallen the family of Jean Marie Seronei. Mr. Speaker, it's a collective shame that as a nation, we have let the family of that great Kenyan to be subjected to the kind of suffering that I've had Senator Cherargei convey to the House, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, whether we like it or not, in the fullness of time, you will either be a former senator or the late senator. That's a fact, whether we like it or not. So, Mr. Speaker, when you hear such moving stories of a former great leader like Jean Marie Seronei, you move us to almost shed tears on the floor of this house. Because Jean Marie Seronei is a mentor to many of us. I used to say when I grow up, I want to be as independent-minded as Jean Marie Seronei. That is the legacy. There are people who slid through this house like a snake. You'll never have their footprints. But Jean Marie Seronei, Mr. Speaker, left a record. It is really sad listening that even his own grave is being grabbed. Mr. Speaker, that's not the way to treat heroes. If you go to Washington, you will not move 3 streets before you see a street named after one of the great Americans. You'll see Lincoln something, George Washington somewhere. But yeah, you don't see anywhere anything reminding you about Jean Marie Seronei. It is sad. It is sad. We don't want the senator leader to read about just Kenyatta and Moi. We want to read about, because some of us don't belong to the Kenyattas and the Mois. We belong to the Jean Marie Seronei generation. Yeah? Those are the guys who have inspired many of us. So what you have brought to the House is really sad. And I've really started here agonizing what is the entry point for the House to do something about this, the agony that is facing the family of Jean Marie Seronei. May God Almighty forgive us for the way we have treated that great son of this country. It is sad, Mr. Speaker, and I would not wish that to happen even to you when you exit from that seat. Mr. Speaker, for the last 1 month as chair of Members' Welfare, I've been agonizing on how to, actualize the benefit of our retired speakers. And you'll be surprised, Mr. Speaker, that one of our speakers, the respected Kenneth Marende, has written almost 10 letters to us, pleading with the state to reinstate his security. Something that is entitled by law, Mr. Speaker. You can imagine, my speaker, Mr. Speaker, sir, you retire instead of us giving you what you legally deserve, because you have occupied that seat of speaker. You start again sending correspondence to Parliamentary Service Commission to give to you what belongs to you. Not every Kenyan will ever be lucky to sit where you are sitting, Mr. Speaker. So when you retire, Mr. Speaker, you should be treated with honor. Our former speakers have never been paid their retirement packs. So they're almost in that category of the mistreatment that the family of Jean Marie Seronei is facing. And this issue, I don't know when we'll ever fix it. I don't know where the committee that will deal with this petition over unlawful arrest and detention. You know, Mr. Speaker, this, as I'm speaking, there is a police officer who has sworn an affidavit in court stating that he was, I don't know the word he used, he was harassed, threatened to effect arrest against a sitting deputy president of this country. And he just swears it, that affidavit, presents it in court, and we proceed as if nothing has happened. for a police service that in Article 244 of the Constitution is supposed to uphold the tenets of human rights and professionalism. But that guy is still serving in the police force as we speak today. Meaning that the way the late Jean-Marie Seronei was unlawfully arrested and detained, the police force and our 2010 Constitution is still behaving the same way. Last week, you saw what happened to Stuart Mazayo. You are arrested, charged, your case stays for 3 days. Before you even appoint a lawyer, your case is withdrawn. It's like it's fashionable now to arrest members of parliament. Senator Cherage here was dragged to court on a Friday afternoon. The intention was to have him spend a weekend in police cells. When I visited him in Gigiri, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Senator here slept on a corridor. All night. On a corridor, Mr. Speaker. So when we get this kind of petition, it should prick our conscience. Because one day, Senator Galwale, it will be you, tomorrow it will be me. So when we get this kind of petition, Mr. Speaker, the committee that will be tasked to address this matter should go to the depths and make recommendations that can bring to an end the kind of mistreatment that we are subjecting our honorable members to. I feel sorry. On behalf of the people of Nyamira, I apologize to the family of the late Jean-Marie Seronei, and I hope that as a House, we will do something to redeem ourselves. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Boni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you are sitting in the big seat of Parliament as the chair. Unknown to many young Kenyans, Jean-Marie paid the price of losing everything that he had worked for because of sitting in that chair. In the history of this House, in the history of the Republic of Kenya, Jean-Marie was detained because of making a ruling from the chair. Martin Shikuku had stood in his place and declared that KANU, the then ruling party, was dead. So another member then rose and asked the Speaker to ask Martin Shikuku to substantiate the allegation that KANU was dead. And Jean-Marie told the member, you are out of order because one cannot substantiate the obvious. And for that reason, he was detained for 1,152 days. It is documented by Amnesty International. It's only in Amnesty International that rose to that greatness and said, we will decorate Jean-Marie Seronei as a prisoner of conscience. I appeal to the counties of the region from which Jean Seronei was born and served to come together, make a collective decision. The biggest city of now and in future is Eldoret. We should name Eldoret as the Jean-Marie International Airport. We will have respect to that fellow. Why? Because Nelson Mandela, Mr. Speaker, when he was president, he was told we are going to name John Smart's International Airport in Johannesburg in your name as President Mandela. Mandela refused and said, we are going to name it in the name of Oliver Tambo. That is how Oliver Tambo, a freedom fighter like Jean-Marie, ended up being immortalized. We can learn from it, and as my brother, the Senator of Nyamira, has said, we can do something. Let us make a motion, lead us, Cherargei, it is your baby. We communicate it as a message to the counties' assemblies of Uasin Gishu, Nandi, name it, and then they can adopt it. We immortalized the honorable member. Even if you compensate them, it might be a few million shillings, but that money will disappear. We want this great history to be preserved for generations to come. Mr. Speaker, there is a young, I don't know his age, called Godfrey Sang. Godfrey Sang is the one who captured the greatness of this man And I wrote a book. Members, let us continue reading. It's a beautiful book called Just for Today, The Lives and Times of John Maria Seronei. Why he called it Just for Today is because when Seronei used to stand in this house, he would speak and tell Mr. Speaker, sir, I support Just for Today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support this petition just for today.
Senator Oburu Odinga.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also stand to support the petition by my brother, Honorable Cherargei from Nandi. Mr. Speaker, I knew Jean Maria Seronei personally, and he was a young, very, very astute lawyer who was representing Kenyans, not only Kenyans, but his people also very effectively in Parliament, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the law which detained Jean Maria Seronei was passed in this Parliament. And when it was passed in Parliament, it was the law on detention without trial. Many members spoke very passionately in support of it. One of the people who spoke very passionately in support of that law was my own dad, Jaramogi Oginga Odinga. They said that this law was meant to deal with the shifter menace in northern Kenya, and that innocent Kenyans needed not fear anything about that law, because it was just meant to deal with the shifter menace. But Mr. Speaker, before long, many of the people who spoke very passionately about it, including my own father, became the victims of the same law. Mr. Speaker, I can also tell you, Mr. Speaker, that statement which Honorable Halwale has quoted, which put Seronei in trouble, was made by Martin Shikuku. It was Martin Shikuku who said, KANU, they want to kill Parliament the same way they killed KANU. And the leader of government business in the House stood up to say that that was a very serious statement, and that Honorable Shikuku must substantiate his statement. But Seronei was sitting in the chair. He was the speaker that time. And Seronei said, one cannot be called upon to substantiate the obvious. And that statement alone put him in a lot of trouble, Mr. Speaker. In fact, they had to hold themselves in the library here in Parliament because, the laws did not allow police to come in to Parliament and arrest members. So police and the police commissioner then was called Hinga. Hinga refused to come to send police to storm Parliament to arrest them. But then finally, the authorities that be said, even if they are still in the wombs of their mother, go and remove them and take them away. And they were indeed taken away, Mr. Speaker. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that same law, when my father was arrested in 1969 and was still being held in his house, under house arrest in Kisumu, one of the parliamentarians here said that we should not have two presidents. One is being guarded in Kisumu by police and another one in Gatundu. We should only have one president. So that the Jaramogi should be removed and taken to prison where he belongs. But Mr. Speaker, the person who spoke passionately about it here in Parliament was again later, detained together with Seronei. And Mr. Speaker, I can tell you, when we make laws, let us be very careful that we don't make laws thinking that we are making them for others. The same laws that you make will also be used against you. Mr. Speaker, so when you people are ordering police to lobby tear gas at us, be very careful. Those things could be used against against you. So don't be very happy that that is happening, because it is not a good thing when you are choked by the tear gas. It is not a good thing. It is poisonous. It can choke you and kill you. So this injustice which is being done to Honorable Seronei is a historical injustice. And I support that something must be done to recover or even to compensate the family on this, because this is a historical injustice by the government. Whichever government it is by the government of Kenya. And the government of Kenya has a responsibility to compensate Seronei for the sufferings and for suffering for his own idea. He was a prisoner of conscience. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Mungatana.
Mr. Speaker, I want to also add my voice on the statement sought by the Honorable Cherargei in support of that statement. Mr. Speaker, if the executive that is currently in power desires to change the status quo of this family, Mr. Speaker, they can. So I urge the committee to also look at a way of convincing the administration in power to put its political will to help this family. I'm saying this because there is a precedent, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the former President Daniel Arap Moi, when he left office, there was a house that he had stayed with here for many years in Nairobi. And Mr. Speaker, that house in the administration of Mwai Kibaki, they made a political decision to surrender it because it was like a house that was a family home. Mr. Speaker, I served under the former Vice President, Wamalwa Kijana. And Mr. Speaker, during the time when he left us, there were issues at home, and I know that under the good political will of the late His Excellency President Mwai Kibaki, again, a very decent donation was done to assist that family. Mr. Speaker, go back again, another very famous political figure, the Honorable Stanley Jindo Matiba. Mr. Speaker, again, similar to the Honorable late Jean-Marie Seronei, Mr. Speaker, he was also detained. But because of political will, again, decent compensation was done to that family. So, Mr. Speaker, we need to agree that that committee must also seek, and I believe they will get it, so that this family, Mr. Speaker, can be compensated. Mr. Speaker, it's really, really bad that a man of that great standing, Mr. Speaker, would die of depression at the age of only 55. Mr. Speaker, when you look at that history, 3.5 years in detention, and still that 1 million that he had borrowed, he was still incurring interest. And they wouldn't even waive it, Mr. Speaker, just because he was on the political wrong side. Mr. Speaker, I urge that this administration, Mr. Speaker, and I know they are listening, to also think about this family, Mr. Speaker, to do something for this family, to move away the collective shame that we are carrying as a house, because it is terrible and it is wrong. Mr. Speaker, I support. Thank you.
Senator Munyihaji Mohamed Faki.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipa fursa hii kuunga mkono ardhi hali ambayo imeletwa bungeni na Seneta wa Nandi, Seneta Cherargei. Mheshimiwa Spika, masaibu ambayo imeikumba familia ya mwenda zake Seronei ni mambo ya kusikitisha katika nchi yetu ya Kenya kwa sasa. Kwa sababu ni nchi ambayo tuna sheria, tuna mwongozo, lakini hatuangalii viongozi ambao wamepita katika kuhudumia nchi yetu kwa siku za nyuma. Mheshimiwa Spika, nikikukumbusha tu kwamba hapa bungeni la Senate, bunge hili na bunge lililopita, tulipitisha mswada wa kulipa kiinua mgongo madiwani ambao walikuwa wamehudumu katika zile baraza za miji na manispaa za zamani kabla kuja kwa ugatuzi. Lakini mpaka sasa imekuwa hadithi ya nenda rudi. Tutaweka pesa mwaka ujao, tutaweka pesa mwaka utakaofuata, na mpaka leo Mheshimiwa Spika hawajalipwa chochote madiwani wale, na wengi wao wanazidi kufa katika hali ya uchochole kabisa. Kwa Mheshimiwa Spika, masaibu yanayokumba familia ya hayati marehemu mwenda zake Seronei ni jambo la kusikitisha katika nchi hii yetu. Hii inaonyesha kwamba uhuru ambao ulipiganiwa Mheshimiwa Spika bado haujakamilika kabisa. Ikiwa kiongozi wa bunge hili wa zamani anaweza kudhalilishwa akiwa hai, na mpaka ameondoka familia zake bado zinazidi kudhalilishwa, ina maana Mheshimiwa Spika kwamba hatujapata uhuru kamili katika nchi yetu ya Kenya. Na ningempenda kumpa moyo Seneta Cherargei kwamba yeye pia amepitia masaibu fulani, lakini kwa siku za hizi karibuni amekuwa pia akijipiga kifua hapa kwamba yuko katika serikali. Lakini nataka kumkumbusha kwamba serikali zinakula watu wake. Serikali mara nyingine zinakula watu wake. Kwa hivyo fuata nyayo za hayati Seronei. Yeye alikuwa wakili kama wewe, hivi sasa amehudumu katika bunge hili kama wewe, amekuwa kiongozi katika bunge hili kuwakilisha watu wa Nandi kama wewe. Kwa hivyo tafadhali Senator Cherargei, angalia njia ambayo utakumbukwa kwa mambo mazuri, lakini sio kukumbukwa kwa kejeli unazofanya katika bunge hili. Asante Mheshimiwa Spika.
Senator Kathuri.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I might not get advantage like I heard Senator Buru Odinga to quote all those former leaders, but I stand ready to sympathize with our former colleague, the member Jean Seronei. I think the senator for Nandi is really following his footsteps, because he also speaks his mind, especially when, I don't know, sometimes when he wakes up nicely, he speaks his mind. Other times, he gets compromised by the situation. Mr. Speaker, this great leader served the same time with leaders like Mbana and Mate. And this is the time actually they were agitating against the shifter. I remember Mbana and Mate serving the same time with Seronei. We really admire him as a Meru community because he slept in the chamber and then he woke up. Suddenly, he went to a corner of the chamber and removed his shorts to urinate in the chamber. The reason? Oh, he was asked by the speaker, what are you doing? He said, Honorable Speaker, you know where I come from. We don't go out at night because we fear shifter. So we pee in the houses, and that is what I was doing. I thought I was in my house in Meru. So the government moved very swiftly, Mr. Speaker, to correct that problem, and the government fought the shifter, and that militia was crushed. So I really stand with my colleagues to remember this great leader. Also, those who have spoken before me have not also hailed him as a former deputy speaker. That is what I heard from Honorable Cherargei. So this is my former colleague, Honorable Speaker. And I really want to remember him with the work he did. Unfortunately, as we speak, when I became the deputy speaker of the Senate, I learned there is another group of almost 10 former deputy speakers who are still agitating to get some retirement benefits, a package similar to what is given to maybe the speakers and other constitutional office holders. Still, these deputy speakers are on their streets. They are writing letters, as you put it, Commissioner Omugeni, but nobody has listened to them. This means that if this issue was sorted, even Seronei and his family could have gotten support through this package because he is a former deputy speaker. I'm not speaking on this matter because I'm serving, but let the former, not even me, the former, at least get that package so that they can be able also to get support and support their families. This really Honorable Chaligei agitated against corruption, against misuse of power by the executive, against land grabbing. And you can see at the end of the day, he suffered the same things he was struggling to rectify. Because, as you put it, his land was given out, and Mr. Speaker, I really, as other colleagues have seen, the committee that will be able to handle this petition should even be able to visit this family, visit even his grave. I'll be happy if you will invite me also to go and witness where this great leader lived. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Senator Kenywa.
Asante Bwana Spika kunipa fursa hii. Nasimama kuunga mkono dua mbili ambazo zimesoma katika bunge hili. Bwana Spika, ya kwanza nataka kumshukuru Waikwa ambaye ameleta kuhusu shamba ambalo lililoko Rumuruti, mahali kunaitwa Kambi Simba. Ni zaidi ya ekari 370. Bwana Spika, vile ilivyotendeka ni ya kwamba mzee Mwendia ama Kenga wa Mwendia alipatia idara ya misitu shamba lake ambayo ni ukubwa wa hilo shamba, alipatiana mahali kunaitwa Rariak, Bwana Spika. Lakini baada ya kupatiana Rariak, akaambiwa tabadilishiwa apewe shamba hilo lililo Rumuruti mahali kunaitwa Kambi Simba. Bwana Spika, baada ya kupeana shamba hilo, serikali haikubadilisha na kusema ya kwamba hili limekuwa ni shamba la Bwana Kenga wa Mwendia, Bwana Spika. Kwa hivyo inakuwa ni vigumu sana kwa watu ambao walinunua hilo shamba baada ya Kendi wa Mwendia kuliuza kuweza kutengenezewa barabara pale na serikali yetu ya kaunti, kwa sababu bado inasemekana ni shamba la msitu, na inajulikana wazi ya kwamba ikiwa ni msitu hauwezi ukatengeneza barabara, Bwana Spika, hatuwezi tukatengeneza shule pale, hata hatuwezi tukatengeneza hospitali ama zahanati katika sehemu hiyo. Kwa hivyo vile ambavyo ningependa kuomba Bwana Spika ni kamati ambayo itashughulikia hilo jambo. Wakati tunapoongea wakati huu ni zaidi ya miaka 43 baada ya ile jambo kutendeka, na bado wakaaji wa sehemu ile wanaendelea kusononeka, hakuna barabara, hakuna hospitali, hakuna shule. Kwa hivyo, Bwana Spika, Bwana Waigwa angelipenda ya kwamba sisi kama kamati ya Seneti tushughulikie jambo hili, ndio watu wanaoishi pale kwetu Laikipia wawache kuwa na ile shida, Bwana Spika. Kwa sababu serikali ilipata shamba ililotaka pale Rariak, lakini haikufanya juhudi shamba liliweze kurudi kwa Bwana Mwendia na aweze kushughulikia kadi ambavyo tunataka. Kwa hivyo hiyo ndio maombi Bwana Spika, na naomba kamati inayoshughulikia iwaze kufanya halahala Bwana Spika, ndio wakazi wa sehemu hile ya Kambi Simba na sehemu zilizoko hapo wawache kusononeka Bwana Spika. Dua la pili Bwana Spika ambalo limeletwa na Mheshimiwa Cherargei, nataka Bwana Spika, nilipokuwa nikisikiza kwa sababu na nimesoma kidogo katika historia kuhusu Seronei, Bwana Spika, nimeangalia ni kwa vile ambavyo namjua Cherargei na vile ambavyo nimesoma mambo ya Seronei, nikajua ya kwamba tunda halianguki mbali na mti ambalo umetoka, kwa sababu ushujaa wake, vile anavyoongea bila kuogopa Bwana Spika, naona kabisa hilo ndio jambo. Bwana Spika, hata hivi juzi nilikuwa na uoga wakati Mheshimiwa Cherargei alivyonaswa na kutiwa ndani, nikasema mambo imeanza kuwa magumu kwake. Lakini vile ambavyo tungependa kuuliza Bwana Spika, kwa sababu Seronei alifanya kazi nzuri katika serikali yetu Bwana Spika, vile ambavyo tungependa kuomba, kwa sababu familia yake wakati huu kulingana na hilo dua wanaonekana tayari mali yao yote yalinadiwa Bwana Spika, wanaendelea kuishi kwa hali ufukara Bwana Spika. ni vizuri serikali iweze kuwafidia, Bwana Spika, na baada ya kuwafidia tuangalie atawezaje kukumbukwa, kwa sababu yeye ni mtu aliyetendea serikali yetu kazi na alifanya vile alivyopaswa kutenda, Bwana Spika. Kama vile Senator Mudhuri ambaye ni naibu wa spika anasema yeye anapoketi katika kiti hicho anafanya kulingana na kadri ya kanuni za bunge, Bwana Spika. Hafanyi jambo lolote akitaka kujinufaisha yeye mwenyewe. Kwa hivyo vile ambavyo tungetaka ni Seronei na familia yake waweze kuangaliwa, Bwana Spika. Na ukiangalia mtu kama Cherargei, Bwana Spika, kwa sababu ya ushujaa huo, hata ijapokuwa ni vizuri julikane, nimesikia senior counsel, Bwana Spika, akisema ya kwamba Cherargei alishikwa na serikali hii na akafungwa. Vile vile Mombasa senator wa kutoka Mombasa, Bwana Spika, akasema ya kwamba ati serikali inakula watoto wake. Lakini Bwana Spika, ukiangalia serikali iliyokuweko, mtu akishikwa alikuwa akishikwa Ijumaa, wanakaa siku 3, Bwana Spika. Lakini kiongozi walio wachache alishikwa kwa masaa 3, Bwana Spika. Kwa hivyo angalau sasa, Bwana Spika, na alishikwa kwa sababu alikuwa akiandamana, Bwana Spika, na ilikuwa ni kinyume na sheria, Bwana Spika, na ilijulikana wazi ni kinyume na sheria, Bwana Spika, na ni vizuri isemwe. Wambua anafurahia hata sasa naona akiniambia Senator Kenya endelea kuongea, lakini sitaongea mengi, Bwana Spika, kwa sababu Bwana Spika, sasa wakati huu, hata ijapokuwa nimesikia senator wa kutoka Mombasa akisema ya kwamba ati serikali itakula wanawake, lakini Bwana Spika anajua yeye mwenyewe kwamba zimu likujuralo halikuli likakwisha. Asante Bwana Spika.
Senator Hezena.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise to support my colleague, Honorable Senator Cherargei, but just for today. Mr. Speaker, the way we treat great statesmen in this country determines the kind of generations we are raising. And the better we treat our former heroes and current heroes, living and dead heroes, determines also how many patriots we're inspiring in the generations that exist now and the generations that are to come. Mr. Speaker, I remember when former Cabinet Secretary Honorable Matiang'i was being frustrated recently, and our brothers from Kenya Kwanza side were hysterically clapping and so excited. And I remember them writing all over the social media that whatever goes around comes back around. But I think, and I bet at that moment they forgot that whatever goes around comes around and then comes around again. So while we were watching as the ODM party during the last regime, when they were fighting between their big house of Jubilee, I remember they were it was Jubilee that was frustrating people back then when Matiang'i was in power. And recently, Matiang'i was the one being frustrated. I just want to implore our colleagues on the Kenya Kwanza side that the same way it came round again towards Matiang'i is the same way that it could go back round towards them. And we must always aim to operate within the confines of the law while respecting our nation and decently treating our former heroes who have at least sacrificed and served our nation in a manner that is worth emulating and recording. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Senators, the half an hour meant for comments it's long spent. Therefore, pursuant to Standing Order 238, the petition by Mr. Charles W. Waikwa is hereby committed to the Standing Committee on Land, Environment and Natural Resources for its consideration. And in terms of Standing Order 238-2, the committee is required in not more than 60 calendar days from the time of reading the prayer to respond to the petitioners by way of a report addressed to the petitioner and laid on the table of the Senate. Again, pursuant to Standing Order 238-1, the petition by the Honorable Senator Chirangai on behalf of the family of the late Jean-Marie Seronei be committed to the relevant standing committee for its consideration. In this case, I direct that the petition be committed to the Standing Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs, and Human Rights. In terms of Standing Order 238-2, the committee is also required in not more than 60 calendar days from the time of reading the prayer to respond to the petitioner by way of a report addressed to the petitioner and laid on the table of the Senate. Next order, clerk. Just before you read the next order, clerk. Honorable Senators, I would like to acknowledge the presence in the public gallery this afternoon, visiting students from the University's Students Association in Homa Bay County. The delegation is in the Senate for a one-day academic exposition. Honorable Senators, in our usual tradition of receiving and welcoming visitors to Parliament, I extend a warm welcome to them, and on behalf of the Senate and on my own behalf, wish them a fruitful visit. Also, I'd wish to acknowledge the presence in the Speaker's Gallery this afternoon, visiting students from the University Students Association in Migori County. The delegation is in the Senate for a one-day academic exposition. Honorable Senators, in our usual tradition of receiving and welcoming visitors to Parliament, I extend a warm welcome to them, and on behalf of the Senate and on my own behalf, wish them a fruitful visit. I will allow the youth leader of ODM, the Senator Oburu Odinga, to welcome the... What is your point of order? Yes.
Yes, Mr.
Confine
Speaker,
your point of order to Standing Order 98.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, is about your communication. Mr. Speaker, I just wanted further clarity. In the public gallery are students. In the Speaker's gallery are students. Mr. Speaker, you know that in the pecking order of this Parliament and in the sitting arrangements of this Parliament, there's significance. Why did you deny the students? What is your problem? I'm not offending you. I'm speaking to procedure.
Boni,
Mr. Speaker, sir, my understanding is that the Speaker's gallery is a higher gallery than the public gallery. And therefore, the children should have been subjected to the same treatment. So that if the Senator of Siaya is acknowledging them, because they are in the public gallery or in the Speaker's gallery, equal treatment. I thought we were fighting for the new constitution so that Kenyans can be treated equally. And this is the house of equity.
Senator Boni, that does not amount to a point of order. However, administratively, the clerk has taken note. Proceed, Senator Oburu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Alwale I don't know whether he wanted them to be honored more or to be honored less, but Mr. Speaker, whatever the case, I think the students need to be honored more. They need to be honored more, Mr. Speaker, sir, because they are not just leaders of tomorrow, they are leaders of today. And Mr. Speaker, because they have decided to come here to learn from us, some of us who are in the evenings of their exit, Mr. Speaker, I think this is a very, very important occasion for the students, and I want to encourage you as students from the great county of Migori to work hard. There is no shortcut to being a leader. If you want to be a leader, you must work hard. But not only that, you must be honest. you must be truthful, and you must also be committed to service. You must become committed to service. And I want to wish you success in your studies, but the studies of these days, you know, the young people of these days, they adore wealth more than the morals. Mr. Speaker, so some of the young people these days, they admire richness, they admire wealth. When you are wealthy, young people think you are a very, very successful person. But Mr. Speaker, you can be very wealthy, but very unethical, and you have acquired your wealth through crooked means. So I want you to adapt morals, be of very high moral standards, and work hard and earn your wealth and earn whatever you want to earn honestly through sweat and through working hard. This is the only value which I want to impart on you, and I want to thank you very much for choosing the Senate. This is a great institution, and I think your choice is not a disappointment. I think this institution is better than the other one, where I sat for about 20, 30 years. Mr. Speaker, we should be an upper house. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Next order, clerk.
Order number 5, papers.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the Senate today, 11th April 2022. Mr. Speaker, 1, performance of the audit report of the Auditor General in response to the floods in Kenya. 2, reports of the Auditor General on the financial statements of the following. 1, Bungoma County Trade Development Loans Fund for the year 2022 ended 30th of June. Bungoma County Youth Women Empowerment Fund for the year 2022 ended 30th of June. Nyandarua County Executive State and Public Officers Car Loan and Mortgage Scheme Fund for the year ended 30th June 2022. Nyandarua County Assembly Staff Car Loan and Mortgage Scheme Fund for the year ended 30th of June 2022. Nyeri County Executive Car Loan and Mortgage Scheme Fund for the year ended 30th June 2022. The County Revenue Fund, County Government of Nyeri for the year ended 30th of June 2022. Nyeri County Health Services Fund for the year ended 30th of June 2022. Mr. Speaker, just with a little bit more patience, County Executive of Garissa for the year ended 30th of June 2022. Garissa County Assembly for the year ended 30th of June 2022. Garissa County Investment Development Authority for the year ended 30th of June 2022. Garissa County Emergency Fund for the year ended 30th of June 2022. Mr. Speaker, County Executive of Wajir for the year 2022 ending 30th June. County Assembly of Wajir for the year ended 30th of June 2022. Kiambu County Executive Staff Car Loan and Mortgage Scheme for the year ended 30th of June 2022. Kiambu County Health Services Facility Improvement Fund for the year ended 30th of June 2022. Kiambu County Jinue Fund for the year 2022 ending 30th of June. Busia County Public Officers Revolving Fund for the year ended 30th of June 2022. Turkana County Assembly for the year ended 30th of June 2022. And Mr. Speaker, sir, finally, report of the Auditor General on the financial statements on the receiver of revenue for the county government of Nyeri for the year 2022 ended 30th of June. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I table. I lay.
Next order, clerk.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I missed one report, and I beg to lay it on this table. This is the report of the Auditor General on the financial statements of Nyeri County Health Services Fund for the year 2022 ended 30th of June. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I lay.
Next order.
Okay. Order number 6, notices of motion.
Senator Crystal Asige.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Kindly, I would request if I can just look for my note and do it after, kindly. Thank you.
Senator Hamida Kibwana.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think I have 3 statements, and I'll go ahead and read. The first one is a statement on welfare of street families and children.
Senator Hamida. You're supposed to give notice to your motion.
I'll give the notice of motion, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's on state of mental health of police officers. Mr. Speaker, sir, I'm aware, police office, I give notice of motion on health, on mental health of police officers. Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the clarification, Mr. Speaker, sir. I give notice of motion or the mental health of police officers, aware that police officers are usually first responders and are often exposed to traumatic scenes and chronic stressors such as dangerous situations, injuries, and violence, coupled with the need to report and testify about psychologically stressful scenes. Cognizant of a survey done by the National Police Service Commission in 2022, which indicate that the least 12 to 13% of the 110,000 police officers have mental health challenges stemming from work-related issues. Concerned that there has been a recent spike of incidents involving police officers, including murder and suicide, which have been linked to the state of mental well-being. Now, therefore, the Senate urges the national government and the National Police Service through the Ministry of Interior and National Administration to declare the current mental health situation within the police service and national emergency. Number 2, urgently establish a specialized facility to cater for police officers with mental illness. Number 3, develop and implement policies to reduce the stigma surrounding mental health issues within law enforcement agencies and encourage officers to seek help when needed. And the last but not least, prioritize mental health as a priority health and social economic agenda within the police service, and that in cases of deployment and transfers, the service considers the health of the affected officers. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Crystal Lesiga, are you ready now to give notice?
How does that again? Notice of motion. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to make a notice of motion for a designation for a monthly, of a monthly car-free day and county car-free zones. Aware that Kenyans have a right to a clean and healthy environment pursuant to Article 42 of the Constitution. Noting that the National Climate Change Action Plan identifies transportation as the fourth largest contributor to greenhouse gas emissions, which, if uncontrolled, will result in negative impact of climate change that will adversely affect millions of Kenyans. Concerned that the number of private vehicles has significantly grown, leading to increased road accidents, carbon emissions, and vehicle congestion costs, which are in excess of 100 billion in GDP per year. Now, therefore, the Senate urges the Ministry of Roads and Transport, in collaboration with the Council of Governors and the National Council Change, to identify, publicize, and execute suitable monthly car-free days and county car-free zones in urban areas, to provide affordable, safe, and efficient public transport, including but not limited to development of bus rapid transport, BRT, in the urban areas, encourage the use of electric hybrid buses and provide appropriate incentives for their use, and design an infrastructure that can support non-motorized transport facilities such as pedestrian and bicycle in urban areas, and ensure internal connectivity among the various transport modes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Next order. Clerk.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Senator Lelego. The Senator for Samburu is not in. However, we will start by taking the statements from the chairs of the committee first before we come to the other general statements. And therefore, I'm going to call the following chairpersons. The chairperson Standing Committee on Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries, supposed to issue a statement relating to the activities of the committee. Kindly proceed.
Mr. Speaker, point of order. Just a clarification.
What is your point of order, Senator Chirenge?
Mr. Speaker, just I needed your clarification, understanding order number 1, that you have given opportunity to chairs to make committee statements. My only direction or clarification from you, the chair, is whether these statements that are being made by chairpersons, whether you will allow intervention or contribution or riders, because these are critical statements. It comes from committees, Mr. Speaker, and therefore I seek your indulgence, because on the issue of agriculture, for example, through the chair, we might want to know the status of subsidized fertilizers to our farmers across the country. So, Mr. Speaker, are we going to go through the statement, or are we going to, and I can see from the other statements from colleagues under Standing Order number 52.1 and 52.3, they are very huge. And looking at the statement now, Mr. Speaker, as per the standing order, maybe you can provide direction so that if it is only chairs will read without comments and interventions from the House, or we will also be able to make comments on the chair statements, and maybe you can guide us and you have power understanding order number 1 of the standing orders.
Thank you, Senator Cherangei. Because of the time factor, and if you look at the order paper, we have substantial business to transact today, and therefore I will allow at most 2 interventions per statement made by a chairperson of a standing committee, so that we cover on time, so that we are able to cover as much business as we can, especially the business that is appearing on the order paper. We indeed, let me just share this with you. We were agonizing on this particular matter when we sat as SBC, because you'll notice that there is business in the order paper that is almost a fixture of our order paper. You know, the business keep on recurring. Reason is never reached. So we need to be alive to the fact that though we may want as many of you to make comments and intervention, but because of the time factor, we will limit the number of senators to speak per statement. In this regard, I will allow just 2 after the chairperson has made the statement. Kindly proceed, Chairperson Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 56(1)B of the Senate Standing Orders to make a statement relating to the activities of the Standing Committee on Agriculture, Livestock, Fisheries and Blue Economy from 14th October 2022 to 30th March 2023. Mr. Speaker, sir, the Senate Standing Committee on Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries is established under Standing Order 228(3) of the Senate Standing Orders and is mandated to consider all matters relating to agriculture, irrigation, livestock, fisheries, development, veterinary services, and blue economy. Mr. Speaker, during the period under review, the committee held a total of 22 sittings, during which it considered various 5 legislative proposals, 4 bills, 11 statements, and 1 public participation and tabled the report. Legislative proposal. Honorable Speaker, during the period, the committee considered the following legislative proposals and resolved that they be published. 1, the legislative proposal on Agriculture and Livestock Extension Services Bill 2022. 2, the legislative proposal on the Coffee Bill 2023. 3, the legislative proposal on Rice Bill 2023. 4, the legislative proposal on the protection of livestock and produce theft. And 5, the legislative proposal on the Agricultural and Food Authority Bill 2023. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I would also like to commend the CS for industry, Moses Kuria, for lifting the ban, which came after our work on the Macadamia Amendment Bill 43. Mr. Speaker, on the bills, during the period under review, the committee considered the following 4 bills. 1, the Agriculture and Livestock Extension Services Bill 2022, that is Senate Bills number 12 of 2022. And Honorable Speaker, the Agriculture and Livestock Extension Services Bill 2022, that is Senate Bill 12 of 2022, was referred to the committee on 15th February 2023, following its introduction in the Senate by way of first reading. The committee facilitated public participation pursuant to the provision of Article 118 of the Constitution and Standing Order 145.5 of the Senate Standing Orders, and prepared its report and will be tabled in the Senate this week. 2, the Mung Beans Bill 2022, that was Senate Bill number 13 of 2022. Honorable Speaker, the Mung Bean Bill 2022, that is Senate Bills number 13 of 2022, was referred to the committee on 15th February 2023. Following its introduction in the Senate by the way of the first reading, the committee facilitated public participation pursuant to the provision of Article 118 of the Constitution and standing under 145.5 of the Senate standing orders. The committee further conducted physical public hearings on the bill in Kitui County and covered 4 areas, namely Saikuru, Ngomeni, Mutomo, Kiosiani, and prepared its report, which was subsequently tabled in the Senate. Mr. Speaker, was the T Amendment Bill 2023, which was Senate Bill number 1 of 2023. Honorable Speaker, the T Amendment Bill 2023, that is Senate Bill number 1 of 2023, was referred to the committee on 16th February 2023. Following its introduction in the Senate by the way of first reading, the committee facilitated public participation pursuant to the provisions of Article 118 of the Constitution and standing order 145.5 of the Senate standing orders through requesting for written memoranda. The committee intends to conduct a physical public participation on the bill and will thereafter table its report in the Senate. For the Cotton Development and Industry Bill 2023, that was Senate Bill number 5 of 2023. Mr. Speaker, the Cotton Development and Industry Bill 2023, that is Senate Bill number 5 of 2023, was referred to the committee on 2nd March 2023 following its introduction in the Senate by the way of first reading. The committee facilitated public participation pursuant to the provision of Article 118 of the Constitution and standing under 145.5 of the Senate standing orders through requesting for written memoranda. The committee intends to conduct a physical public participation on the bill. C. Statements. Honorable Speaker, during the period under review, 11 statements were sought from the committee. The committee considered and concluded 5 of them and is currently considering the remaining 6. In considering the same statements, the responses were shared with the respective senators who sought the statements. Mr. Speaker, the statement below have been concluded. 1, statement regarding the state of rice farming in Kisumu County by Professor Tom Onjenda, MP. 2, statement regarding the state of cage fish farming in Kisumu County by Senator Professor Tom Onjenda, MP. 3, statement regarding the state of sugarcane and sugarcane industry in Kisumu County by Senator Professor Tom Onjenda, MP. 4, statement regarding the invasion of HELB rice fields by Kuelea Mbans in Kisumu County by Senator Professor Tom Onjenda, MP. And 5, statement of the status of national agricultural and rural inclusive growth project in Vihiga County by Senator Godfrey Otsosi, MP. Mr. Speaker, the committee is yet to receive responses on the following statement. 1, statement on the current drought mitigation program in arid and semi-arid land ASAL by Senator Enoch Kioambua, MP. Mr. Speaker, I would like to know that the responses for this was first brought this Senate and it was given to Senator Kioambua, but he was not satisfied, so we are still working on it. Number 2, the statement of the planned importation of maize by the Minister of Agriculture and Livestock Development by Senator Samson Cherargei, MP. 3, statement on the status of distribution of subsidized fertilizer in Laikipia County by Senator John Derito, MP. 4, statement on the state of the nut industry in Kenya by Senator Haminda Kibwana, MP. 5, statement on the state of macadamia nut production and marketing by Senator Alexander Munyi Mondege, MP. Mr. Speaker, on the macadamia nut, which was we were working on a bill, I want to report that the ban on the sale of raw macadamia has been lifted by the CS for Industrialization, Mr. Moses Kuria, which is commendable. Number 6, statement on the status of horticultural crop directorate by Senator Alexander Munyi Mondege, MP. Honorable Speaker, the committee considered one petition, namely the petition on the ethics and anti-corruption EACC graft investigation on West Kano irrigation scheme. The committee has met with the petitioner and the chairperson's Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission. The committee has, however, not been able to meet with the Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Water, Sanitation and Irrigation. The committee will consider and adopt its report once it has met the Cabinet Secretary. Committee induction and stakeholder engagement. Honorable Speaker, the committee conducted its induction retreat from 2nd March 2023 to 5th March 2023 and met with the Minister of Mining and Maritime Affairs, Minister of Water, Sanitation and Irrigation, and the Agriculture and Food Authority in order to understand the agriculture sector specific policy direction for each state department and agency, and also to identify legislative gaps, priority areas for the 13th Parliament, and opportunity for collaboration and cooperation with various stakeholders. Mr. Speaker, the committee also met with the Agriculture Sector Network, ASINET, to deliberate on the implementation of Water Resources Regulation 2021, which seeks to set the water user fee for irrigation, domestic water, public water supplies, and livestock use. The committee resolved to meet with the Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Water, Sanitation and Irrigation to deliberate further on the regulation. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I wish to thank your office and the office of the Clerk of the Senate for continuous support accorded to the committee in undertaking its work. And lastly, I also wish to thank the members of the committee for their commitment and diligence in their contribution during the committee activities. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Chairperson, Standing Committee on Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations. We will hear the statements and thereafter proceed to do the interventions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I rise pursuant to Standing Order 561B to make a statement on the activities of the Standing Committee on Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations for the period commencing 29th September 2022 to 31st March 2023. On the statements, Mr. Speaker, sir, the committee has considered a number of statements sought by the Honorable Senators, which includes 1, a request for the statement regarding the relocation of national government administrative services from Chuka town to Kadwana town, which was sought, which is the gazetted headquarters of the Tharaka County, requested by Senator Kataya Mofaya. 2, a request for statement sought by Senator Professor Tom Odhiambo Ojeda regarding border disputes between Kisumu, Nandi counties of Chimilili, Muhoroni, Miwani, Kibogori, Kibos, Kuru, Kobere towns, and Kiricho and Kisumu, counties of the Sundu area. 3, a request for statement sought by Senator Mohammed Chute regarding the acquisition and distribution of relief supplies by the county government of Marsabit and neighboring counties sourced from the county's development. 4, a request for a statement sought by Senator Johnson Maruma, MP, regarding the county boundaries guideline between Taita Taveta County and 3 of its neighbors, namely Makwiny, Kwale, Kajiado counties. Committee is considering the statement by Senator Lengu Segi, MP, regarding the implementation of second level of devolution through decentralization of service in urban areas. Mr. Speaker, in its consideration for request for statement regarding the relocation of national government administrative service from Chuka town to Gadawana town, which is the gazetted headquarters of Tharaka Nithi, Mr. Senator, by Senator Mendwa Kataya, the committee wrote to the Ministry of Interior and Administration of National Government seeking for a response as to as to why the relocation of national government service has not been affected. The committee received a comprehensive response from the Cabinet Secretary, which was shared to the requester of the statement. The committee undertook a county visit to Tharaka Nithi from 20th to 21st January 2023 to ascertain the status of the delayed operationalization of Kedana town as the county headquarters, and held meetings with the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission and the Control of Budget to deliberate on matters affecting the stalled constructions of Tharaka Nithi County Assembly chambers. Mr. Speaker, sir, the cause of the investigation, the committee has made the following key findings: that Tharaka Nithi County was among the counties that received the conditional grant intended to supplement financing of the construction of county headquarters, and as of June 2022, the cumulative expenditures of the construction was Kenya shillings 217 million, and the project was 85% complete. That there is a lack of adequate infrastructure in Kedwana town that can accommodate all the national government departments. The current available offices infrastructures can only accommodate 6 departments, including the office of the county commissioner. 3, that there are unfinished works on the construction of the county headquarters, including erection of a perimeter wall and electricity connection. 4, that there was a caveat put by the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission in a letter to the county government of Tharaka Nithi stopping the release of funds for the construction of the county assembly until the anti-corruption and the AAC completes this investigation. 5, the ethics and anti-corruption investigations were encouraged into the irregular procurement of consultancy services for designs for the construction of the Tharaka Nithi County Assembly chambers, and that of the irregular procurement for the construction of the chamber. 6, that the size of the proposed structures was significantly larger than the required capacity to accommodate the 26 members of the county assembly. Mr. Speaker, the committee is about to conclude its investigation on the matter. The report shall be tabled in the House soon. Mr. Speaker, on consideration of the statement regarding the border disputes, the committee took important note of the history pertaining this particular issue. It is instructive to note that the issue of border dispute between counties has been a long-standing problem, spanning to the 10th Parliament to the current Parliament, with a myriad of disputes across the country. As you are aware, Mr. Speaker, border issues actually is emotive, and I think the committee has taken a serious consideration, and therefore we're still addressing the matter, and there's a bill now coming. The committee has also resolved that the framework for a peaceful resolution of the county boundaries and border disputes is clearly encapsulated in the Constitution and the relevant statutes, such as the Intergovernmental Relations Act No. 2 of 2012 and the County Government Act No. 17 of 2012, upon considering the numerous reports previously presented by various stakeholders. The committee advises that the most applicable solution this episode is, espoused in the Article 88 of the Constitution, which provides that the boundaries of the county can only be altered through
Senator Sotsi and Senator Enoch. Kindly
that the county
the Standing Order 118, please. Procedure, Chairperson.
The county boundaries of county boundaries can only be altered through a resolution of an independent commission set up for this purpose by Parliament. 8, Mr. Speaker, sir, the committee is currently considering the County Boundaries Bill 2023, Senate Bill No. 6 of 2023, which seeks to provide for a mechanism for the resolution of the county boundaries disputes, as well as give effective to Article 88 of the Constitution by providing the procedures of alterations of county boundaries. Once the bill is enacted, the necessary commission shall be put in place to resolve all county borders disputes. This, the committee believes, shall be the most appropriate solutions to the county border disputes. 9, Mr. Speaker, sir, all the other 3 statements before the committee have been processed. Invitations for responses from the relevant offices have been sent, and the committee is set to expeditiously deal with them as soon as they have received to ensure that they are dispersed with they're dispersed with bills, Mr. Speaker, sir. One bill is before the committee, which is the County Boundary Bill 2023, Senate Bill number 6 of 2023. The bill seeks to provide for a mechanism for the resolution of county boundaries dispute, as well as to give effective to Article 188 of the Constitution by providing for the procedures of alterations of county boundaries. The committee is presently carrying out public participation on the bill, and once all the views has been taken into account, we shall prepare and table its report before the House before 21st April 2023. County visits. Mr. Speaker, sir, the committee has undertaken visits to two counties, that's the Tharaka Nithi County and Meru County. Mr. Speaker, the committee undertook the county visit to Tharaka Nithi from 21st and 22nd to 21st January 2023 to ascertain the status of the delayed operationalization of the Gadwana town as the county headquarters. A report of the findings and the recommendations by the committee shall be tabled in the House. Honorable Speaker, I would also like to take this opportunity to inform the House that the committee had been concerned with issues that took place in Meru County government, since this is a critical matter that affects the governance and management of the county governments. In this interest of protecting the devolution, the committee had considered playing a mediatory role and wrangles between the county executive and the county assembly of Meru. Unfortunately, the process of impeachment of the county governor through petition by the county assembly had commenced before the committee could intervene. Mr. Speaker, I wish to, however, report that on 21st to 22nd January 2023, the committee undertook a visit to Meru County and held a successful engagement with the governor as well as with the members of the county assembly as a follow-up on how the county is moving on the aftermath of the impeachment trial of the governor. In this regard, I wish to assure this House of the commitment of the committee to enhancing and strengthening good intergovernmental relations in the counties, which it regards as the cornerstone for the success of devolution. Stakeholder engagement. Mr. Speaker, sir, the committee has held meetings with various stakeholders in the spirit of fostering good working relations with them. This includes the State Department of Devolution, the Intergovernmental Relations of Technical Committee, the County Assemblies Forum, the Council of Governors, the Senate Liaison Office, the Westminster Foundation for Democracy. Mr. Speaker, sir, the State Department of Devolution, which is a key player in the devolution space, I wish to inform the House that together we had fruitful discussions that set the tone for the strengthening of collaborations and buildings and robust engagement that aim to achieve the successful implementation of all functions that are devolved. Mr. Speaker, in recognition of the role of the Intergovernmental Relations Technical Committee plays as the state agency responsible for consultation, cooperation, and coordination of the two levels of government, the committee has held 3 meetings with agencies with the aim of collaborating on ways of deepening devolution and entrenching effective intergovernmental relations within the devolved system of governance. Mr. Speaker, sir, in appreciating the critical role the county assemblies play in legislation of the county affairs and oversight of the county executives, the committee has held 2 meetings with the county assemblies forum to identify the areas of support and collaboration with the Senate. I wish to inform the House that together we had fruitful discussions on areas of legislation and support, capacity enhancement, and opportunities for strengthening of intergovernmental relations for effective governance of county governments. Mr. Speaker, sir, the Council of Governors is also a central player in the management and governance of devolution. In this regard, the committee has held a meeting with the Council and deliberated on areas and opportunities of collaborations for effectively implementing devolution. The committee continues to engage the Council in critical aspects affecting the counties and looks forward to a successful working relationship in this term of Parliament. Foreign visit. Mr. Speaker, sir, in ensuring continued capacity building for the institutional strength and competence in execution of its mandate, the committee attended a training in Dubai, United Arab Emirates, from 14th on 22nd up to 22nd, 2023, which was organized by the Eastern and Southern African Management Institute, ISAMI. The training was important in acclimatizing members with knowledge and skills on effective governance and management of devolution and equipment, and equipped the leadership capacity as representative of the people. Inductions and work planning retreats. Mr. Speaker, sir, in order to give the members a deeper understanding of the committee's mandate and to prepare them for the huge task in the 13th Parliament, the committee held an induction and work planning retreat from 5th to 8th February 2023 in Naivasha, which gave also the senators an opportunity to interact with its various stakeholders as well as identify areas of priorities for the term of Parliament. Consideration of reports on review and assessment of committee performance. Mr. Speaker, sir, for continuous improvement and effective performance on its mandate, the committee has considered a performance assessment and review report that was conducted by the Senate Liaison Office in collaboration with the Westminster Foundation for Democracy, which identified the challenges that were clawing back on the performance of the committee in the previous Parliament. The committee is taking robust measures to implement the recommendations made from the report, which shall enhance and strengthen its effective delivery. Consideration of the 2023 budget policy statement. Mr. Speaker, sir, the committee considered the 2023 budget policy statement, the medium-term debt management strategy, on which it made critical observation and a sustainable recommendations on the policies touching on the various fiscal challenges and risks that are facing the country's government, the county government. The committee has committed its report on the standing committee to the Standing Committee of the Finance and Budget and hopes that the committee takes into account its recommendation. Oversight the implementation of the Urban Areas and Cities Act number 13 of 2011. Mr. Speaker, sir, in line with the fulfillment of its mandate, the committee is determined that urban areas and cities in the country are governed and managed in the manner contemplated in Article 184 of the Constitution. To this end, have fulfilled the provisions of the Urban Areas and Cities Act number 13 of 2011. Review of devolved sector laws that should be aligned to the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, sir, to ensure that all the devolved functions are smoothly performed by the counties, the committee is in the process of identification of the laws in the devolved functions, of devolved sectors that existed before 2010 Constitution, which need to be reviewed so as to align to the Constitution. The committee has so far identified 79 laws in the different devolved sectors that need to be aligned into the Constitution as indicated here below in the table. 1, Land and Environment, 23 laws. Health, 20 laws.
Honorable Senator.
Yes, sir.
You're supposed to make your statement for not more than 10 minutes.
It's what it is. I'm almost finished.
Pursuant to Standing Order
it's almost
51.
Over. I'm concluding. Yes,
You've already overshot the runway. Kindly conclude.
Yeah, okay.
And table your
Let me forget about the table. So, and in total, I have 79 laws to be reviewed. Actually, Mr. Speaker, sir, it's important to note that this non-conformity of the devolved sector laws has been a huge clawback in the success of implementing the devolution. As such, the committee believes that its report on the matter will help the other Senate committees to have these challenges looked into and mechanisms providing for a solution put in place. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, the committee plans to carry out the following key activities in this session. consideration of various legislative proposals and bills touching on devolution, a meeting with the Deputy President since the State Department of Devolution lies in his office, oversighting the implementation of the Urban Areas Act and Cities Act number 13 of 2011, review of the devolution sector laws should be aligned to the Constitution, review of the Intergovernmental Relations Act 2012 with the aim of making reviews on both relations between the national government and county government. Finally, Mr. Speaker,
let it be final.
Sorry?
Your
thank
statement.
Undertake county visits to ascertain the status of various issues that are under the committee's mandate, and e.g. ascertaining of the implementation of the county headquarters whose constructions was being supported by the national government, regular retreats with the key stakeholders, other non-state actors, i.e. the Society of Clerks at the table, the Kenya Private Sector Alliance, the Katiba Institute, etc., to ensure maximum engagement and on collaboration that will steer the success of devolution. The committee shall also undertake other activities that are generally aimed at strengthening devolution. Finally, I wish to appreciate the Office of the Speaker, the Senate, leadership, and Office of the Clerk of the Senate for the steadfast support they have accorded this committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Chairperson, Standing Committee on Education. Clerk, kindly time 10 minutes. Beyond that, let the microphone be switched automatically.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, though that will be disadvantageous to me. I want to make a statement, Mr. Speaker, relating to the activities of the Standing Committee on Education pursuant to Standing Order number 56-1B for the period between 14th of October 2022 and 30th March 2023. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order number 56-1B to make a statement relating to the activities of the Standing Committee on Education for the period between 14th of October 2022 and 30th March 2023. Honorable Speaker, the Standing Committee on Education is established under Standing Order 2228-3 of the Senate Standing Orders and is mandated to consider all matters related to education and training. During the period under review, the committee held a total of 24 sittings, during which it considered 3 bills, 11 statements, 1 public petition, and tabled 1 report. 1 bills. Honorable Speaker, during the reporting period, the committee considered the following 3 bills. A, the County Vocational Education and Training Bill 2022. Honorable Speaker, the County Vocational Education and Training Bill 2022 was referred to the committee on the 8th of November 2022 following its introduction in the Senate by way of first reading. The committee facilitated public participation pursuant to the provisions of Article 118 of the Constitution and Standing Order 145.5 of the Senate Standing Orders and prepared its report, which was subsequently tabled in the Senate. B, the Learners with Disabilities Bill 2023. The Learners with Disabilities Bill 2023 was referred to the committee on 7th March 2023, and the committee consequently facilitated public participation and has prepared its report, which is currently undergoing consideration and will be tabled in the Senate this week. C, the Kenyan Sign Language Bill 2023. Honorable Speaker, the Kenya Sign Language Bill 2023 was introduced in the Senate on 22nd March 2023 and thereafter stood committed to the Committee on Education pursuant to the provisions of Article 118 of the Constitution and Standing Order 145.5 of the Standing Orders of the Senate. The committee has invited interested members of the public and stakeholders to submit their representations on the bill for consideration during preparation of its report. 2 statements. Mr. Speaker, sir, during the reporting period, 11 statements were sought from the committee, and the committee considered and concluded 7 of these statements. In considering the said statements, the reports and responses received by the committee were shared with the respective senators who were also invited to attend and participate in the committee meetings. Honorable Speaker, the committee is currently considering the following 4 remaining statements, and we'll conclude within the next 2 weeks. The reversal of delocalization of teachers policy in Embu County by the Teacher Service Commission, sought by Senator Mundigi. B, scholarships on education programs between countries in Kenya and academic institutions outside the country, sought by Senator Samson Cherargei. C, status of Kaimosi Friends University, sought by Senator Geoffrey Osotsi. D, credibility of a course offered to Kenya immigrant workers by the NITA, sought by Senator Tabitha Mutinda. Number 3, petitions. Honorable Speaker, 1 petition regarding the 1997 to 2007 retired teachers' claims was referred to the committee on the 8th of March 2023 and is currently undergoing consideration. The committee has received submissions from the petitioners and has identified and invited key stakeholders to a meeting with the committee to deliberate on the petition. The committee will conclude on this matter within the coming 2 weeks, prepare its report, and respond to the petitioner in line with the provisions of the standing orders. Number 4, committee induction and stakeholder engagement. Honorable Speaker, the committee conducted its induction retreat between 6th and 10th February 2023 and met with the stakeholders drawn from the Ministry of Education in order to understand education sector policy directions for each state department and agency, identify legislative gaps and priority areas for the 13th Parliament. Next, the committee further met with non-state actors and development partners to acquaint itself with their roles and functions in the implementation of the education sector policy and legal framework. During other engagements with stakeholders, the committee also received submissions and views on different legislative and other business under its consideration. 5, county oversight visits. Honorable Speaker, the committee is scheduled to conduct county oversight visits during the recess in May to add to the evidence gathered during consideration of different legislative business that have been brought to its attention. Mr. Speaker, notably, the committee will be seeking to confirm the reports received from the Council of Governors and the Salaries and Remuneration Commission, SRC, on the plight of ECDE teachers and caregivers in the counties countrywide. The committee believes that these county visits will also provide first-hand evidence and avail an opportunity for extended public participation. Honorable Speaker, in conclusion, I wish to thank your office and the office of the Clerk of the Senate for the continuous support extended to the committee in the conduct and execution of the mandate. Lastly, I wish to thank the members of the committee for their diligence and contributions during committee activities. I thank you, the perfect example of keeping time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senators. Before I give members time to make comments on those 3 statements by the chairs of those standing committees, allow me to make the following communication. Honorable Senators, I would like to acknowledge the presence in the Speaker's Gallery this afternoon, a visiting delegation from the United States of America. They are in the Senate as guests of Senator for makwiny County, Senator Daniel Manzo, MP. Honorable Senators, I request each member of the delegation to stand when called out so that you may be acknowledged in the Senate tradition. These are Griffith Morgan, Member of Congress, Virginia State. Sarah Jacobs, Member of Congress, California State. Janti Suripto, CEO, Save the Children. Griffith Hillary, member of the delegation. Glenson Christie, member of the delegation. And Loz Arion Nichelle, member of the delegation. Honorable Senators, on behalf of the Senate and on my own behalf, I extend a warm welcome and wish you a fruitful visit. I will allow the Senator for makwiny to say a very brief word of welcome, and also Senator Ledama. Very brief, Senators.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are very delighted to welcome this team. There's a bigger team, Mr. Speaker. There are 26 of them, and yesterday went to Turkana County, particularly Kakuma camp. They are in a mission in the country to promote education and especially disadvantaged children. That's why they are accompanied by the CEO of Save the Children Fund of the United States. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I'm a beneficiary of Save the Children Fund UK, which took me to school through Saray Boys Center, then be fundraised by Princess Anne. And they are concentrating on the plight of the children and their education in the Kakuma camp and any other camps in the country, and any other disadvantaged children who deserve education, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the congressman from Virginia is in the Committee of Energy in the Congress, and Sarah, who is a Congress lady from California, is in foreign relations. And the congressmen and women have teamed up with those other organizations so that they can do something for Africa and for the children of Africa and the rest of the world in relation to education as their passion. And they also have visited Masai Mara and are going to be here for a few more days, and will visit other places. Recently, Senator Chris Coons was in town, and I was lucky to host him in one of the occasions for dinner, and you know he did a lot of work in the bipartisan process we are looking at the country. If you look at the current congressman and congresswoman, they are also from two different political parties. One is a Republican, the other one is a Democrat, and they are very bipartisan, even the way they conduct activities when they are serving the nation and serving the world. So, Mr. Speaker, I take this opportunity to welcome them, and I'm sure one or two other senators will join us as we have a cup of tea after this so that they can interact more. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I join you and my colleagues in welcoming the two Congress persons from the United States of America to this great Republic of Kenya. I'm very happy that you're working with Save the Children. I'm aware and I'm actually very conversant with the work that they do. And I'm very happy that you got a chance to visit the Masai Mara. I represent Narok County, which is with the greater Masai Mara Game Reserve. I'd like to welcome you again to consider assisting young girls and boys from the Masai Mara region, from Narok County. We're heavily affected by the drought, which has completely devastated homesteads, and it's a big challenge for us. And I hope that when you're here, you can be able to also visit Kajiado County and see how they've been greatly affected. I requested to welcome you because America is my second home. And I know the amount of work that you do, and to see two congresspersons from the Republican Party and the Democratic Party working together is something which is going to assist us a lot here in learning to be bipartisan. Just like the United States, the Senate of the Republic of Kenya and the National Assembly are growing heavily apart to be two different distinct bodies. We represent the interests of our counties. They represent the interests of their districts or their constituencies, which I'm sure you represent. It's a bit different how we represent people here. Our term is about 5 years. I know yours is about 2 years, but we do the same work. So enjoy your time here in Kenya, and I hope that you will be able to send more good things about Kenya and have more foreigners, especially from the foreign committee, come to Kenya. Kenya is a good country. I also serve in the Energy Committee in the Senate, and I'm happy that we can be able to relate. Thank you very much, and thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Chiranke. Senator Enoch. Yeah, your comments on the reports, the 3 reports that have been read out.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to congratulate the chairman, the Committee on Agriculture, where I sit. Mr. Speaker, I asked to comment on this issue because, yes, it is true that Article 118 of the Constitution requires that committees of parliament conduct public participation in the process of handling bills and legislation. And the requirement there, Mr. Speaker, is direct to Parliament that those committees shall be facilitated to undertake public participation. Mr. Speaker, we need as a House to define that facilitation properly. Because, Mr. Speaker, in the process of dealing with one of those bills there, that committee almost landed into some trouble. We went into a place in my county, and because the people of Kitui love their senator, when they heard that we were coming for public participation on the Ndego bill, which they also grow in large numbers. Mr. Speaker, a public participation that we expected would have maybe a maximum of 100 people. We ended up with more than 1,200 people. We processed the bill, but of course, Mr. Speaker, you know, situations in our country are what they are. We had to find a way of taking care of the people that came for public participation. Mr. Speaker, if the Senator of Kitui and the Chairman of the Agriculture Committee were not men of means, I don't know what would have happened to the image of the Senate on that day. So let us define that public participation for committees. When they go out to meet people for public participation, what kind of facilitation do we need to afford to the committee so that the image of the Senate is also not dented? On the statement, the report by the Devolution Committee, and the chairman is gone, but let it just go on record. The Speaker is to insist that this House is the anchor of devolution. If we don't get it right here, then we won't get it right anywhere else. In that report, I would have wanted to hear the Speaker, and it's not late, they can do it in the second, the next report. Situations where the committee, suo motu, on their own motion, reach out to county governments. And you know, county governments, we talk about county governments, we talk about the executive and the assemblies. And the places to engage the Speaker for the benefit of the committee would be the COG. They should have a lot more conversations with the COG and the county assemblies forum, so that they understand what issues the assemblies and the executives are going through and see how to intervene before we get to levels of impeachment and other instances that may not paint devolution in very good light. So, Speaker, I thank you.
Senator Mungatana.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to comment on the statement by the Committee on Agriculture. Mr. Speaker, my congratulations to the work they have done so far. But just a brief one and a quick one, Mr. Speaker. The committee omitted a very critical issue which I wanted to hear on. Mr. Speaker, like the previous honorable member who has spoken, I think the committees and the committee chairman, because they will read this on record, they need to know that we are very concerned as a Senate that a lot of money is remaining at the headquarters of the Ministry of Agriculture. And yet, agriculture is a devolved function, Mr. Speaker. We want to hear what efforts the chairman is making with his Committee of Agriculture
to ensure that more money is coming down, because we have continued to have this complaint, we have continued to raise this concern, and where we can connect and put matters on record, Mr. Speaker, we are not seeing movement. It's not enough, Mr. Speaker, for the chairman to come and tell us we processed 2, 3, 4 bills, we did this and the other statements. What about their own suo moto movement to make sure that the anchor of agriculture is actually devolved, Mr. Speaker? 70% of the people of Kenya are employed in that sector. And these are in the counties, not in the towns. And we are not hearing much going on, Mr. Speaker, from their side. Mr. Speaker, we need to hear this in their next report. How have they engaged with the COG? How much money is coming down? And how are we benefiting in the counties, Mr. Speaker? In particular, rural counties like Tana River County, Mr. Speaker, we need the money to come away from the national government where the policymakers, and it should roll down to the counties. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. We are now moving to statements pursuant to Standing Order 52-1. Senator Crystal Asige.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 52-1 to make a statement of topical concern commemorating World Autism Awareness Day and Month. Mr. Speaker, World Autism Awareness Day is a global event observed annually on the 2nd of April and continues throughout the month. Its main purpose is to highlight the need to improve the quality of life for persons, I'll go again. Autism spectrum disorder is a developmental disorder characterized by behavioral and communication challenges that impact a person's ability to navigate social interactions and also causes their repetitive and restricted behavior. Mr. Speaker, autism spectrum disorder is a developmental disorder characterized by challenges to communicate that impact their ability to navigate social interactions and also causes their restricted behavior. The first historical appearance of the word autism was made in 1911 by the psychiatrist Eugene Bleuler. It was in 1943 when pediatric psychiatrist Dr. Leo Kanner characterized autism as a social and emotional disorder. And in 1944, Hans Asperger published his article where he described autism as a disorder of normal intelligence children who simply have difficulty with social and communication skills. These articles were an important contribution to the studies that helped to classify autism as a disorder, separate from schizophrenia. Mr. Speaker, it is important to note that as children with autism grow older, they face multiple obstacles because many do not speak or write or identify social cues as you or I do. They often become targets for bullies or are excluded altogether. Children with autism are also vulnerable to kidnapping, getting lost, or even drowning because they are prone to wander from homes and schools. Because of their inability to communicate, they struggle to tell someone their name, where they're from, or where they live. Additionally, autistic adults in our neurotypical society are more likely to be isolated, uneducated, underemployed, or unemployed completely. Mr. Speaker, only recently has autism spectrum disorder become recognized in Kenya. It is true that some behaviors of those with autism can be eccentric and therefore misunderstood, but they are not violent or evil. Luckily, over the past few years, autism awareness has slowly spread throughout the country. Global statistics show that 1 in 88 children will be diagnosed with autism. But it is even more alarming to note that more children will be diagnosed as autistic than with cancer, AIDS, and diabetes combined. Mr. Speaker, autism affects approximately 4% of the Kenyan population. And in an effort to be inclusive of autistic learners, the first unit was established in City Primary School in Nairobi in September 2003 by a group of parents with autistic learners. The unit currently has 40 learners whose ages range between 3 and 16 years. This is just a small percentage, however, of the over 500 learners within the Nairobi area alone who have been assessed and found to be autistic, but it is certain that there are more. Mr. Speaker, this means that most non-disabled children during their school years will come into contact with autistic learners. When this happens, it is our responsibility to make sure that they are understanding, accepting, and do not discriminate against those who are different from them. It goes without saying that public policy and sensitization is incredibly important through the Ministry of Education for teachers of autistic children to exercise more than anyone else, as this is an essential prerequisite for effective classroom management. Mr. Speaker, while the day celebrates the stories and lives with those with autism, it's important to remember that this is a lifelong condition with varying degrees of severity. Therefore, therapy for autistic learners would be best offered in schools because without it, it gives rise to further disadvantages to them and their families. Being that a lot of autistic learners are currently not receiving any therapy, as it is only offered in main government hospitals, it means that parents are forced to choose either frequent requests to their employers for days off, to travel long distances for therapy and risk losing their jobs, or left with no choice but to leave their autistic learners at home to fend for themselves. This is an unfair choice to be forced to make and can be resolved through integration in schools, inclusivity, and medical support right there in government schools, which have a better footprint across the country. With schools being in charge of educational progress and consistency with regard to attendance and interventions, a lot of autistic learners can grow up to be successful and independent members of society once therapy is made accessible and affordable to them within schools. Mr. Speaker, integration is also for protection. Those on the spectrum are beaten, hidden away, tied to trees, bedposts for the day, or killed because it is believed that they are demon-possessed. The UK is one of the few countries that are successfully implemented legislation to ensure that learners with neurodiverse conditions receive consistent therapy within schools. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I wish to underscore the need for us to create legislation that enhances the lives of persons with autism, to promote autism awareness throughout April, and educate Kenyans on the signs, symptoms, and facts related to the condition. Some of my recommendations include that the Ministry of Education, in collaboration with the Ministry of Health, to provide for applied behavior therapy, also known as applied behavior analysis, as well as sensory integration therapy within school institutions, where learners with autism are enrolled. The Ministry of Education, in collaboration with the county governments through COG, to create frameworks that exclusively support learners with disabilities within the bursary allocations, so that learners with autism can also benefit as a form of affirmative action. That the Parliamentary Service Commission can also hold or support events about awareness to share their stories and have their voices heard. Mr. Speaker, you can also attend any of the several events planned throughout April to show your support as a leader in commemorating World Autism Awareness Month. Colleague senators can also speak out about autism throughout the month of April to help eliminate the stigma associated with it. The Senate Secretariat can also use the hashtag World Autism Awareness Month to help awareness on our Senate social media pages. And the Standing Committee on Education, through the Ministry of Education, can organize campaigns to raise awareness in schools and teachers' training facilities. A great way to get kids to embrace diversity by using the opportunity that World Autism Awareness Day offers to teach our children something more about the behaviors and actions that may arise with autistic children. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
A statement pursuant to Standing Order 53-1, the Honorable Senator Cherangei is dropped. The Senator for Kisumu, Senator Professor Tom Ojenda, that is also dropped. Both, I think he had two statements. Senator Hamida Kibwana.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have three statements, and my first statement will be on the welfare of street families and children. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 553-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Labor and Social Welfare on the state of welfare of street families and children. In the statement, the committee should state the number of street families and children living on the streets in the countries in Kenya, segregating this data in terms of gender. Number two, outline measures, if any, that the government has put in place to cater for the basic needs of such as shelter, food, healthcare, and the state of mental care to this special group of people. Number three, state measures, if any, to address the increasing number of street families and children, outlining programs in place of rehabilitate and reintegrate them into society. Number four, outline measures in place to protect street families and children from abuse and exploitation while living on the streets. Number five, state targeted interventions to prevent children from ending up on the streets in the first place. Stating steps taken to ensure that street children have access to education and other opportunities to improve their future prospects. And number six, cause an audit of prevailing policies on the welfare of street families and children, proposing legislative interventions, if any, to cater to the special group of Kenyans. I will continue with the next statement. On claims of disposal of state-owned entities through privatization without the approval of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget on claims of disposal of state-owned entities without the approval of Parliament. In the statement, the committee should clarify whether there are plans to dispose of state-owned Chemilil Sugar, South Nyanza Sugar, Nzoia Sugar, Miwani Sugar, Cabernet Hotel, Mount Elgon Lodge, Golf Hotel, Sunset Hotel Kisumu, Kenya Safari Lodges and Hotels, Consolidated Bank, Development Bank of Kenya, Agrochemical and Food Company, Kenya Wine Agencies, Kenya Meat Commission, and certain public universities through privatization without the approval of Parliament. Number two, state the policy behind the move to privatize these entities, disclosing plans, if any, to undertake public participation among relevant stakeholders. Number three, disclose the criteria used in choosing the entities stating the valuation of each corporation and the expected proceeds from the proposed sale, and detail the procedures to be undertaken, stating the criteria for identifying potential buyers, as well as the terms and conditions of the sale. Mr. Speaker, I will continue with the last statement on Green Climate Fund's capacity building program for legislators in Kenya. Mr. Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53.1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget on the Green Climate Funds, that's GCF, Readiness Fund for Kenya, and how it could be used to support potential legislation and capacity building for senators. In the statement, the committee should disclose the status of Kenya's readiness program for accessing GCF funding, disclosing steps being taken to ensure that Kenya is fully prepared to access and utilize these funds. Number 2, table Kenya's implementation strategy of the fund, stating plans, if any, to involve the Senate in its implementation. Number 3, state the specific requirements and criteria for accessing this fund for the development of climate-related legislation. Number 4, disclose the total amount available for capacity building for senators for the period 1st January to 31st December 2023, stating specific areas the Readiness Fund covers, timelines, and procedures for accessing the fund, and state measures, if any, to ensure that the GCF Readiness Fund is aligned with Kenya's national climate change priorities, stating ways in which this fund can support the development of a robust and sustainable climate finance architecture. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Hamida. Seeing the Honorable Senator Wambua Enokio, you want to speak to one of the statements? All right, go ahead. Thank you.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. I actually want to speak to two, but the one on the warfare of street children. Mr. Speaker, these children are Kenyan children. It is the responsibility, first of all, of the caregivers, whether parents or guardians, to take care of these children, because this is our future. In the event that then caregivers are unable to take care of these children, then that responsibility shifts to government institutions that really should take care of our children and make sure that we don't have this issue of street families and street children, give them dignity and hope in life. But Mr. Speaker, the statement that I want to spend a bit of time to speak to is a second statement on a decision by the executive to bypass Parliament in the process of privatizing parastatals. The Speaker, simply defined, sustainable development is the ability of the present generation to extract benefits from our resources today in a manner that does not jeopardize the ability of future generations to extract benefits from the same resources. The Speaker, there is a reason why, as it is today, and I stand guided by my brother, Senator Mugatana, that the interpretation of the Constitution is not a matter to be undertaken by everyone. But Mr. Speaker, as it were, there is a reason why parliamentary approval is necessary before we dispose public assets. Because, Mr. Speaker, in times of recession, like we are going through one now, where the situation does not look very good, the financial standing of a lot of government institutions is not very healthy. There is always the temptation to go for quick fixes, to do things today, fix a problem today without much thought on what is going to happen tomorrow. The Speaker, I find it completely irresponsible, and I say this advisedly, Mr. Speaker, that we may want to dispose so many parastatals now to deal with a current crisis without much regard to the benefits that the public gets from those resources now and into the future. The Speaker, I want to go on record as the Senator of Kitui and as a leader in this country. We have some parastatals in our region that have been earmarked for privatization. The Speaker, I want to say that the committee to which that statement will be forwarded must have serious thoughts about the role of Parliament in the process of privatizing public institutions. So, Mr. Speaker, we don't just accept to privatize today and deal with a problem that we are facing today, and then tomorrow, when the same problem comes, then we have no fallback position. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, and this I say again advisedly, governments will come. We have had governments before this one. There will be other governments later. But we have only one country called Kenya. Whatever we do, our decisions must not just begin and end with the aspirations of the government of the day. We have a country to look into and take care of. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank Senator Amida for bringing those statements so that we can have an honest and robust conversation. And when the matter goes to the committees, I hope that senators will also find time to follow the statements there and make their contribution. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Senator Mogatana Danson Buya.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to comment on Senator Asige's statement and also on the statement by Senator Hamida with regard to privatization. Mr. Speaker, I was reading the story of the wife of the founding father of Tanzania, the late Julius Nyerere, whom we hold with very high regard. Mr. Speaker, the story is told about his very wonderful mama, who is highly regarded in Tanzania and in East Africa as a whole. Amongst the 7 children that they raised together with the late president, 2 of them had mental conditions. And Mr. Speaker, I'm mentioning this to join with my colleague, Senator Asige, to fight stigmatization of people who have issues, Mr. Speaker, with their mental status. Autism, Mr. Speaker, can happen to the best of us, to the best families, to presidents, to ministers of the gospel, to ministers in cabinet, to members of parliament, to senators, we could all have children who have autism. Because, Mr. Speaker, the causative factors are environmental, biological, and some of them are inherent. You cannot prevent. If it is going to happen, it happens. Mr. Speaker, you have a child you love very much, but they have this repetitive behavior, like my colleague Senator Asige has said. You have this child you love very much. You smile to them, they don't smile back. They don't maintain eye contact. Mr. Speaker, they are not able to answer to their name. Over a period of time, you get that assessment from the hospital and the doctors who tell you it's autism. Mr. Speaker, we have been given the statistics. We cannot live without this part of our society. It is a sign of development. It is a sign of civilization that we take care of our weakest in our society. That is, in fact, civilization. So, Mr. Speaker, I really want us to support that statement and the committee that is going to deal with it. I pray, Mr. Speaker, that it will give very severe attention to the proposals, like putting aside a certain amount of CDF funding for education towards sustaining children who have problems, disabilities such as autism, Mr. Speaker. Also, Mr. Speaker, the committee can look at a possibility of having this second day of April to be commemorated across the counties, because the counties, Mr. Speaker, including Tana River County, they don't mention some of these things. They don't talk about them. You don't even hear, even where we have schools that are supporting the disabled, like the Hola mentally handicapped, or in Tana River County.
The Honorable Mungatana.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
You may need to close your support to the statement. Kindly.
Yes. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm saying that the committee should look at possibility, Mr. Speaker, of making it mandatory for counties to commemorate this day so that we create that awareness. Mr. Speaker, I also wanted to make this observation on the issue of privatization without involving the Parliament. Mr. Speaker, I speak with a lot of sadness. There was once in Tana River County the Hola Ginnery, which was owned by the National Irrigation Board, now National Irrigation Authority. Mr. Speaker, it was disposed of. Now when you go to that site, Mr. Speaker, it's a shell of the past. Nobody is employed there. Nothing is going on. And it was sold off to people who then are just prospecting on the land which the machinery used to stand. Mr. Speaker, it should not happen again. The same story can be told of Kilifi Cashew Nuts factory. It was also government owned, Mr. Speaker, together with the people there. Mr. Speaker, it is a shell of its past. Disposing these assets without involving the voice of the people, the Parliament, should be a no, 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 Mr. Speaker. The people's representatives must be involved. We must not surrender our power of oversight. We must know that those people who are interested in buying, why can't they buy shares and keep those assets moving? Because normally, Mr. Speaker, when the people purchase these shares, these items in privatization, The conditions are such that they just dispose machinery at throwaway prices. People lose jobs. Economies around those particular regions collapse. And at the end of it, those people who purchase those things, they end up just being speculators of the land on which those machinery stood for. And Mr. Speaker, those machineries were bought by public funds. So Mr. Speaker, I think that decision must be really examined again, if it is there. And I'm urging the committee that will look into the question of privatization, that they must protect the interests of the people. They must, Mr. Speaker, also speak to the fact that those the enterprises are seeking to be privatized were running, they were giving jobs to people, they were running local economies. If at all we must go in that direction, then those jobs, those local communities, those lifestyles that were created around those enterprises, we must find a way of sustaining them without destroying what the people invested in. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Mugatana. Honorable members, when you're commenting, kindly limit your comments to maximum 2 minutes. Senator Orwoba, you had checked in as William Cheptumo, but I will allow you to comment and limit your comments to 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Technology and faults. I don't know why my card is reading Cheptumo, but thank you for the opportunity. I would like to give a few remarks in support of Senator Hamida's statement on labor, on the state of welfare and the street families of children. Mr. Speaker, I want to start by saying that all of us, including those of us who are here in the Senate, we are literally all one sickness away from being in the streets, Mr. Speaker. The culture that we have in Kenya nowadays is that because healthcare and the affordability of the same has become too high, is that even just one sickness can actually put a whole family out on the streets. We are having harambes to ensure that people can access medical care. We are having all sorts of desperate situations just to save one life of a family. And so when I read Senator Hamida's statement on the street families and the street children, this is a very real situation, and it can happen to any one of us sitting, even in the Senate. You can actually, I can see Senator Eddie in the House. I want to say that it is as real as having Senator Eddie going out to the streets because of one sickness, Mr. Speaker. When this statement was actually presented to the floor of the House, being in the Labour Committee, I thought to myself, while we're looking at it on a social welfare kind of mitigation, Mr. Speaker, some issues have to be addressed, particularly the issue of job creation, Mr. Speaker. We are actually living in the times where we have to be intentional on creating jobs. And where do jobs come from, Mr. Speaker? They come from entrepreneurship. So it's all intertwined, Mr. Speaker. As much as this will be pushed to the Labour Committee, I find myself thinking, shouldn't the Education Committee also be part of it? Because our education should also be geared to a way that we are actually educating our children to be able to be entrepreneurs, to be able to stop looking for employment and start setting up businesses. So that while we are addressing the current situation of the street children and the street families by offering some form of social welfare, we are also mitigating that in the future, 10, 15 years, we are actually not going to have any Kenyan on the streets because they have a source of income, either through employment or through entrepreneurship, Mr. Speaker. I was actually thinking to myself, we talk about affordable housing. Affordable housing, which, as you know, Mr. Speaker, the Kenya Kwanza government is trying to implement, is one of the issues that needs to be really, really prioritized, Mr. Speaker. The street families are not out in the streets because they are not earning. Some of them actually earn. Some of them actually have jobs. But the problem is they cannot afford to even pay rent or have their homes wherever it is that they want to settle. So, Mr. Speaker, as I rise to support Senator Hamida's statement, I also want to say, Mr. Speaker, that Please, please do not think of this as a narrow thing just to send to the Labour Committee. This is something that requires, it's a multifaceted issue. So even in terms of our education, how are we pushing for entrepreneurship? Mr. Speaker, I beg to support this statement. Thank you.
Senator Okech Eddie Gisheru.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll try and be as succinct as possible. First of all, I just want to make a few comments about, and actually in support of Senator Hamida's statement on street children. You know, the issue of street children in this country, Mr. Speaker, is one that perturbs me because it just shows inhumane nature of our government. Because these are children that, if you look at the average population that we have in our streets today, do not go beyond 15 to 20,000 people. Then you have these 15 to 20,000 people in our streets who are kids born, rightfully so, with the enshrined rights in the Constitution of belonging to this country, and then they look like they are stateless. If there is one thing that the government can do that is innovative around dealing with the issue of street children, is to first of all give them a chance to be able to be registered. I think that registering these kids and even actually giving them IDs gives them a sense of belonging to a country that then every other thing can follow. So I think that with that issue of street children, what I would wish to see, even as this committee considers this statement, is how do we give these children a sense of belonging that they can also be Kenyans? Because when they are registered, they start enjoying being Kenyans with regards to any other aspect of their rights that is enshrined in the Constitution. That said, because of pressure of time, Mr. Speaker, I also wanted to make a comment or two about the issue of privatization. Mr. Speaker, you know, privatization of state entities is actually an issue of the will of the people of Kenya. It is not the will of the executive or the will of one arm of government. This is the highest level where sovereignty is extremely tested. And Mr. Speaker, if you look at Article 94 of the Constitution, this particular role is given particularly to Parliament. And the reason why this is important, that article in sub-article 2, Parliament manifests the diversity of the nation, represents the will of the people, and exercises that sovereignty. When you are going to talk about state institutions and state entities that have been placed as investments in different countries, like what I saw my brother Senator Boni Alwale talking about Zoya Sugar. You know, these are places whereby Kenyans invested both emotionally and economically to the extent
Senator Eddie, 1 minute as you close. Give him 1 minute, Clark.
Mr. Speaker, some of these statements I think are very, very important to dissect. Like, this is a role that actually, I think this is one of the statements that probably should even come as a motion so that we can be able to explore it further. But I just wanted to say that as a House, let's try as much as possible that we do not give some unalienable rights to ourselves to be able to represent the people, because all legislative powers that are affecting the people with regards to these things like privatization are actually held in this House. And I think that on this issue of privatization, because of pressure of time, I wanted to urge Senator Hamida, even as she considers pushing this as a statement to the relevant committee, that is Finance and Budget, which I also sit in, please consider bringing it as a motion so that we can actually be able to vent about it properly and be able to cement the role of Parliament with regards to this issue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Senator Maruma Jones Mashushe, do you have a comment to the statements, or you want to read yours? Because I'm seeing in the order paper your statement is equally listed for today.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to comment about a statement by Senator Hamida Kibwana, and later on maybe read my statement.
Very well. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to comment on Senator Hamida Kibwana's statement on privatization of state corporations. Mr. Speaker, this statement has come at the right time because then it will allow us to get to understand the justification and the rationale of privatizing the state corporations, and especially doing so without involving Parliament. Mr. Speaker, when the executive is operating or is working, the architecture of our Constitution requires that Parliament does oversight. So what we'll be wanting to get from the Committee of Finance and Budget is the criterion that was used to identify the state corporations that are going to be privatized. Our experience, Mr. Speaker, has not been so good in Kenya. We have a situation where the management of state corporations under some unscrupulous government entities connive to milk state corporations dry, and then they sell them away for a song. They sell them away very cheaply. We do not know if this is the ploy, but Mr. Speaker, this statement will bring to the fore why the government of the day has decided to privatize these corporations without involving Parliament, which is an oversight arm of government. We have in my county 2 hotels, that is Voice Safari Lodge and Gulia, which are going to be privatized, and I don't know the criterion that was used. I don't even know how much is going to be raised by privatizing. I am supposed to be given an opportunity to understand why they are being privatized, and also, Mr. Speaker, to get to give my comment. What happened to public participation when you are doing or when you are governing? So, Mr. Speaker, I would be waiting for responses from the Committee of Finance and Budget, and I know it will go a long way into maybe getting involved and deciding whether or not to allow or to see how we can prevent such from happening.
You now may go ahead to read your statement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senator Cherargei, protect me from Senator Cherargei. Thank you for allowing me to read this statement on delayed disbursement of Higher Education Loans Board funding. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Education regarding delayed disbursement of Higher Education Loans Board funding to university and technical and vocational education training TVET students. In the statement, the committee should, 1, explain the reasons for the delay in disbursement by the Higher Education Loans Board, HELB, of loans to students in tertiary institutions, outlining the measures the government has put in place to cushion students who solely depend on HELB funding to stay in class. Number 2, state reasons that led to students undertaking diploma and certificate courses in the universities being considered ineligible for HELB funding. And 3, provide a comprehensive report of the annual budget as disbursed by HELB, indicating amounts allocated to undergraduate, TVET, and AFIA Elimu, clearly stating amounts contributed by other partners of the HELB. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Maruma. Honorable members, I have got requests from the Honorable Senator Samson Cherargei, as well as Senator Kamar, and you both have got statements pending. I do not know whether you want to comment on the statement by Senator Maruma or to your statement that is scheduled for this afternoon as well. Senator Cherargei, yours had been dropped by the Speaker because it was called out in your absence. I will If it is commenting, then I'll ask you to comment and limit you to a maximum of 2 minutes so that we can transact other businesses of the House. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, and the great people of Bomet County must be proud of what you are doing in the House, considering that this is your first term. And we are proud of you, Mr. Speaker, sir. One quick thing, Mr. Speaker, when I hear this issue of HELB, you know, I get mad. But I'm not running mad. Because the chunk of the money that is sent by Higher Education's loan board to private universities is killing public universities. Mr. Speaker, sir, and I think we must have a conversation. It is good we have former Minister of Higher Education, Professor Margaret Kamar. We are using public money to fund private universities. I agree those students are our children, and they are public children if you want to call them. But what is stifling Higher Education's loan board is not even about delay of disbursement, but where majority, 3/4 of allocation through Higher Education's loan board go to private universities. And that is why Moi University is collapsing. That's why Egerton is collapsing. That's why virtually all public universities are collapsing, Mr. Speaker, sir. And even if I don't know the university that my brother, Senator Eddie Okech, went to, is also collapsing because it's a public university, Mr. Speaker. So we must have a conversation, Mr. Speaker, on how, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Cherargei, do you want to?
Yeah, just have a second because my time is running. Okay.
Mr. Speaker, it's important that my brother, Senator Cherargei, knows that I went to Yale University in Connecticut in the US and is doing very well, it's not collapsing.
You know, Mr. Speaker, maybe the Higher Education's Loan Board and Ministry of Education should fact check the universities when, you know, he's one of his principals in Azimio got a fake degree. Mr. Speaker, what I was just saying in simple is that we must agree as a nation that let us stop and agree that we believe in public institutions. Mr. Speaker, sir, in conclusion, in 30 seconds, the comrades must receive their disbursement. Just 1 minute, Mr. Speaker, 30 seconds only. Mr. Speaker, just 30 seconds. Mr. Speaker, the comrades are suffering. And you know when the comrades open university, they eat the chicken. After some time, they eat the egg. After some time, they start eating what the chicken is eating. And the comrades are suffering, Mr. Speaker. Please, let this disbursement be done as soon as possible. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Cherargei, you did not mince your words in your comments, and thank you for that. Senator Professor Kamar Margaret.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can take the 2 minutes to contribute and then read my statement. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the statement by Senator Maruma on the HELB Loans Board. And I only want to put one thing, sustainability of HELB. Mr. Speaker, once upon a time, as has been said by Senator Cherargei, I was the Minister for Higher Education, Science and Technology, and our interest at the time, which was the year 2012, was the sustainability of the HELB, the Loans Board. And in fact, we hired a banker by the name Ringera for that one reason, that we wanted somebody who would look at things differently, behave like a bank, and actually loan consistently. Because if we are saying the delay is because of government, it means there is no sustainability within the loans board itself. I think as the Committee of Education looks at this question, they should actually grill the HELB executive and HELB committee on that one fact. When is it going to be sustainable? They must show us how they are going to make it sustainable in the long run. Because if we don't make it sustainable, we will be hitting at government instead of actually ensuring that the loans board recovers money in time to be able to take care of the loans. Mr. Speaker, I will only leave it at that, but more, our students, when they're suffering in university, become agitated. They disrupt everybody. They disrupt themselves. Their academic program is highly disrupted. So we know that really an angry child, an hungry child is angry always. So let's help our children so that they can get support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, may I now then read my own statement? Again, to the Committee of Education, Mr. Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Education regarding the failure by the Ministry of Education to release the capitation funds to special schools since January 2023. In the statement, the committee should, 1, outline the reasons for the failure by the ministry to ensure transfer of capitation to special schools, leading to a financial crisis that could cripple learning in these schools across the country. 2, state the plans the ministry has put in place, if any, to ensure that the non-teaching staff at the said schools who have not received any salary for over 8 months are duly paid. 3, state when the top-up payments for pupils living with disabilities were last sent to schools, outlining the amount paid per child. And 4, finally, explain whether the transferred funds are sufficient to cover all that the school needs to cater for the learners with special needs. Mr. Speaker, only 2 weeks ago we had our public participation on the bill on learners with disability, and we listened to the chairman of the Heads Association of Special Schools give us the horror stories under which they are undertaking they are handling their students. The special students are already special, and we are dealing with students who don't have enough food. And we recently heard of a school where they only have 1 meal per day. It is a very...
Senator Kamar, you just need to read your statement.
Thank
Do
you.
not go into debating on it.
Thank you. I put it to rest. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Senator Crystal Asige, you want to comment to the statement by Professor Kamar?
Please.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much.
2 minutes. We're limiting our comments to 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support the statement made by Senator Kamar on issues of capitations being released to special schools in the country. Mr. Speaker, the majority of learners with disabilities in primary schools are underfunded. This is owing to the same figures that are budgeted for every single year, despite the increase of PWD enrollment to these schools. The government provides an annual capitation grant at the rate of 1,420 per child in primary school and a top-up of 2,300 for learners with disabilities. Special secondary schools receive a capitation of 22,244 and a top-up of 35,000 for all learners with disabilities. This flat rate model assumes that there are uniform costs across all learners with disabilities, which is a dangerous assumption, Mr. Speaker. This cost should also take into account that children with disabilities are not monolithic. Each child and each disability needs its own specialized care and therefore capitation and budgeting. My proposed way forward, Mr. Speaker, that there is a need to move away from a flat rate capitation. Funding procedures should expressly provide for differentiated unit costs that takes into account various disability categories. Implementing as well of the 2018 Presidential Directive, allocating 20% of Ministry of Education infrastructure funds to schools to be applied to special schools. That's from 2018, Mr. Speaker. And secondary schools that are special should avail funds as they are for any other special schools in the country, Mr. Speaker. It's a real problem, and kids with disabilities are very much suffering, Mr. Speaker, because you cannot have every single year the budgeting remain the same, but our kids who are in special schools or need special attention in education who are increasing every single year. Mr. Speaker, I support the statement Senator Kamar, and I will also be looking forward to hearing the responses from the Ministry of Education. I thank you.
Senator Maruma Jones.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity again to comment about this very important statement by Senator Professor Kamar about funding of education, special needs education. It is really discouraging to hear that the financing or the capitation that is supposed to go to financing education in special needs schools is not forthcoming. We've been given from the statement that even the employees who are supposed to support the students who are living in disabilities in the schools is not forthcoming. The employees have a backlog or have arrears of salaries running to months, up to 8 months unpaid. If we don't fund the schools, special needs schools, already the learners there are marginalized. They are disadvantaged. So if we don't fund properly, then that serves to marginalize further the students. So what I would be wanting to know from the response of the stakeholders who would be invited is the reasons why we want to continue marginalizing and disadvantaging a group of people who are already disadvantaged, Mr. Speaker. Apart from that, Mr. Speaker, we have our schools in Kenya which are dealing with disadvantaged students. They have shortage of teachers. They have shortage of teachers. Already they require at least one student a teacher for some disabilities. But if you have schools like Timbila Primary School in Taveta, of Taveta County, having a shortage of 8 teachers, what are we saying about our focus and our how we need to support the special needs education? So I support the statement, Mr. Speaker, and I will be waiting to get the responses. I thank you.
Senator Dr. Halwale Boni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a very important matter. Here we are in the Constitution. We are telling people living with disabilities that we are waiting for you here in the Senate and in the National Assembly and in the Cabinet to play affirmative action so that you be seen to participate. Are you waiting that they come here when they are totally illiterate? And if you are expecting that they come here and participate at the standard that would be expected of them, who do you expect to bring them to this level? I speak with a lot of emotion about this because this is an area where I committed my efforts when I was controlling constituency development funds in Ekolomani, and I built Pusiro Primary School, a Regi school for the mixed, a Regi mixed school, and Muhomo Primary School. It's a pity that this is coming up, and I want to thank Professor that it's only 2 days ago when I was doing breakfast with the head teacher and the deputy who is impaired, cannot talk, cannot hear, but can see. We're doing breakfast, and they were coming to request me to take to them 2 bags of beans and 3 bags of maize because the children had no food. Have we sunk to a level whereby senators should be releasing their meager salary to buy food for children who are disabled? Mr. Speaker, the statement must be strong enough and a proper, proactive answer to be brought before us because we cannot treat children who are living with disabilities as if they have committed a crime for not having been born with all the 5 senses. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Senator. Honorable members, that brings us to the time assigned for statements. We earlier on had dealt with statements from the various chairpersons of the committees, and now we're going to call the next order.
Order number 8, the coffee bill, Senate Bills number 10 of 2023, First reading. A bill for an act of parliament to provide for the establishment of the Coffee Board of Kenya and the Coffee Research Institute, to provide for the role of the national and the county governments, provide for the regulation, development, and promotion of coffee industry, and for connected purposes.
Next order.
Order number 9, the Natural Resources Benefit Sharing Bill, Senate Bills number 6 of 2022, second reading, division.
Honorable members, this one will be deferred because of the numbers. Let's go to the next order.
Order number 10, the County Vocational Education and Training Bill, Senate Bills number 3 of 2022, second reading, division.
Similarly, honorable members, this also will be deferred. Next order.
Order number 11, the Preservation of Human Dignity and Enforcement of Economic and Social Rights Bill, Senate Bills number 7 of 2022, second reading.
Honorable members, we are resuming debate on this. And I'm just getting a confirmation. We heard on the floor of the House when the debate was adjourned, the House was adjourned on 30th of March, Senator Veronica Minda, you have got a balance of 4 minutes, and I now invite you to conclude making your contributions to the motion. You may go ahead, Senator Veronica.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This debate was adjourned at a point when I was coming close to the conclusion of discussing the points that I wanted to raise regarding the bill that was brought to the floor of this House by Senator Mungatana from Tana River County. And Mr. Speaker, I was on this point where I was explaining that there was need to effect certain amendments in order to enable this bill meet the purpose of the drafting of this legislation, Mr. Speaker, and in order to meet the purposes of Article 43 of the Constitution of Kenya 2010. Mr. Speaker, there is also need for a national conversation on the concept of progressive realization of economic and social rights as provided for under the Constitution. It is therefore important that this bill presents a review of, this conversation presents a review of measures that will be undertaken by both the national and county governments at different levels to assess the impact and to analyze what they have worked on and come up with a review of what has worked and what has not worked. So a framework must be established after this conversation within this bill to enable a measuring scale to show what would be deemed as having worked at the county government level and at the national government level, and the assessment of the measures taken by both levels of government in order for this right under Article 43 to be fully enjoyed by the citizens of Kenya. And there is also need in that national conversation to review the judicial decisions and the practice in comparative jurisdictions as to the criteria of or index that should be applied in measuring and tracking the realization of economic and social rights. And then, Mr. Speaker, the oversight mandate of Parliament regarding monitoring and implementation of economic, social, and cultural rights should be more clearly provided for in this bill. And that means we need to have included in the bill development of indices that even Parliament itself as an institution can use First, to monitor the implementation of the economic and social rights by the two governments, and secondly, to oversight other institutions that are working at a national level in giving these rights or monitoring these rights. These are institutions like KNCHR and GEC. What indices do they use to now gauge whether these rights have been realized fully or have been partly realized? And if it's partly realized, how far have they been realized and what remains to be done? So, Mr. Speaker, sir, during our committee meeting, it was then agreed that it would be ideal to seek that this bill be amended to include all those issues that we had discussed earlier, and to hold also an extensive stakeholders engagement to make sure that every single view that needs to be included within this bill, since the first time it's being legislated upon, is then captured within the bill to give it the full effect. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, as I rise to support, we also ask that the amendments be effected, and we hope the mover of the motion, our Senior Senator, Senator Mungatana, will consider the input that we have done as JLAC and find it necessary to include it within the bill, and then...
Senator, your time is up. The Honorable Senator Cherargei Samson Kiprotich.
Human rights and preservation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. From the onset, Senator Mungatana Danson Mlamwamba continues to distinguish himself. He is churning very serious bills, Mr. Speaker. And I must commend him, Mr. Speaker. And you know, he's also senior because he has served in this house, especially the lower house. I think this is the first time that he's serving in the upper house. And it looks that he has been doing his homework very well. It is not a case where the dog ate the homework, Mr. Speaker, sir, as in some cases. Mr. Speaker, sir, from the onset, I want to support this bill, the preservation of human dignity and enforcement of economics and social rights, as per Article 43, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, the assent of 1948 on United Nations Declaration on Human Rights of 1948 expanded and gave right to human rights. Mr. Speaker, you have to note, as a legal practitioner, that rights continue to expand. We used to have basic rights, like right to food, to shelter, and those were basic rights. Now we have advanced even issue of gender rights, where we are discussing a third gender rule. Mr. Speaker, we are discussing about environmental rights, where in the past, Mr. Speaker, it was not a norm. We are discussing about the first onset was on the issue of civil and political rights, Mr. Speaker. And Kenya being one of the signatories of these charters of human rights, the famous Banjul on human rights, Banjul on human rights of Gambia Declaration, where the Constitution says where a country is a signatory to the charter, Mr. Speaker, it forms part of our laws, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, when you read under Article 43, it is very important that it has been highlighted, especially on the issue of health, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as we talk today, doctors in my county are on strike or on go slow. Yet Article 43 provides, and this law wants to give power to Kenya National Human Rights that the governor and the CEC Health should be surcharged. Because if they are not providing health, and it is a basic human rights, it is abusing, it is ultra-vires, it is contrary to Article 43. Because if doctors have not been paid, if they are not in hospital, if they are not serving the people, what is happening in Nandi is very unfortunate. Because if somebody walks in with malaria, Mr. Speaker, they are not treated. It is an abuse of Article 43. And therefore, government has an obligation, be it at the county or national level, to implement the human right, Mr. Speaker, sir. And Mr. Speaker, when you look at about the right of the human rights, limitations and fundamental of human rights, Mr. Speaker, these rights we enjoy because Article 43 is very specific, that attainable health care standard, Mr. Speaker. which includes the right to health care services. We have seen even in private hospitals, and I'm told, I don't know, the women rep of Kirinyaga is bringing a bill at the National Assembly where they're supposed to fine people who deny medical emergency services, Mr. Speaker, and there are many accidents happening in the country. Some of these private hospitals demand certain deposit before being able to attend to a patient, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, these are conversations that we must continue, that both state and non-state actors, Mr. Speaker, must be obligated. It is not cherry picking, you know, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, Article 43, to have breath and life, it must be looked at properly. And even reproductive health care, Mr. Speaker. There is a conversation, I don't know which state was it, in the US, where the judge have suspended the use of the contraception by women of what do you call, kuafia mimba. The English word is running away, abortion bill. And it is a huge conversation where even reproductive health women are saying, give us our right to decide what we want to do with our bodies. I don't know why people there like aborting, because Senator Kalwale is the father of many nations. We should be doing what the Lord gave us to do. You know, Mr. Speaker, it's not Father Abraham, and many people are Father Abraham, Mr. Speaker. But the problem here is deadbeat. You know, there is what we call deadbeat dads and daddies across the country. Mr. Speaker, point of order, I don't know why the Senator Mutinda is coming in between me and you, and that is violating standing orders, Mr. Speaker. Thank God you didn't see, you didn't capture
Senator Mutinda. You crossed over from this side to this other side. Take note of that. Go back. Properly respect the House and allow Senator Cherargei to proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So what I'm just saying, Mr. Speaker, is that on the issue of reproductive health care, it is an emotive issue. The religious sector, most of us are Christians and Muslims, do not want to have this conversation about reproductive health care, whether we should train in school. I've seen a member of parliament of Mutembei town, Mheshimiwa Kaluma, is bringing a bill to even ban training of issues of biology and reproductive health care. I've seen an abridged version on issue of LGBTQ, Mr. Speaker. So the question is, when you talk about reproductive health care, should we include men who marry men or women who marry men as part of reproductive health care? You remember Museveni has said, President Museveni has said, I will close the two gentlemen who have married a man to a man, and I've never understood what a man would be looking for in a man, that if the day they will be able to give birth, then he can be able to allow LGBTQ. I know, and I want to thank the president, but because he was in Germany, he said we respect the cultures and values of other society. They should respect us. Mr. Speaker, they should be telling this country, Mr. Speaker, why is it a criminal or a sin for Africans to be polygamous? But it is not a sin for them, it is not a sin for them to practice LGBTQ. That is a conversation we must have. Because when you discuss about reproductive health care, where are we? You know, that's the biggest challenge, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and therefore Article 24 talks about limitation of rights, Mr. Speaker. It doesn't mean when you have a right, you abuse. Where your right ends, another person's rights begin. And I know Senator Moma, who is a member of Speaker's panel, 2 weeks ago, they were on the streets. Yes, they have a right under Article 37. But they don't have a right to destroy property and maim and killings, Mr. Speaker. So, you know, where the right ends, another right begins, because that is limitations of right. That is what we are just saying, Mr. Speaker. Issue of housing, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the president. The president is on the top agenda of affordable housing, Mr. Speaker. Every Kenyan should and must. And we will start with Migori, Mr. Speaker, so that we can see how government works, Mr. Speaker. I know Senator Eddie Okech You know, Mr. Speaker, our brothers, like my brother Senator Eddie Okech is a very good friend of mine, a fine gentleman, an academic by excellence. But you know, when they hear development, they become allergic to it. So we want, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that we do affordable housing. It is part, you know, by the way, let me at least, so that we are having a conversation that equals in this house. When you look at under Article 43.3, the state shall provide appropriate social security to persons who are unable to support themselves and their dependents. So the state in itself has an obligation, and that is why the president is pushing affordable housing. And we have told the president it will not happen only in Nairobi, it will not happen in Kisumu, Eldoret, or Mombasa, or major towns. It must happen at the lowest possible areas. Even in the Kolomani constituency, we must have affordable housing down there, Mr. Speaker, sir. So therefore, when you talk about free from hunger, Mr. Speaker, and it is sad that more than 4 million Kenyans are facing starvation and hunger. And we want to thank the donors, the office of the Deputy President. They have been doing a lot to provide food and animal feeds also too. This is an obligation. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, sir, I know there is a bipartisan committee that has been formed. I don't know whether Senator Eddie Okech is there, but maybe he will brief me under a cup of tea. Personally, I'm not there. So, Mr. Speaker, and you are there, and we are proud of you. We'll do a good job. Mr. Speaker, the issue of subsidy, the government has an obligation. The government takes an obligation, Mr. Speaker, because the Article 43, the government must work on it towards it free from hunger. We don't want any Kenyan to die because of hunger in this country. Therefore, the president said we must subsidize production over consumption. We don't want to have hunger subsidy where it was like happy hour, Mr. Speaker, you know, for people who drink water like me and Uji, have different types. But there are Kenyans who drink other things after 7 or 7:30 thereabout, Mr. Speaker. There is what we call happy hour. What was happening with hunger subsidy, you hear it is in this supermarket, you go, they close the line, they finish. What the president is saying, let us irrigate more than 1 million acres in Kalana, Kulalu. Let us give subsidy farmers in Bomet, in Kisiaya, in Kakamega, and I'm happy. And I'm happy even in Busia, in where, Mr. Speaker, so that fertilizer, and by the way, affordable seeds, quality seeds, farmers we are planting. You saw our president, Mr. Speaker, over the Easter himself, he was leading the nation planting. Mr. Speaker, I was planting in my small way, but you know, my shamba is a bit little low, I could not take a picture. But Mr. Speaker, the president has shown the nation that you can lead, you can do something from wherever you are. Mr. Speaker, and that is why we are challenging Kenya National Trading Corporation, KNTC, in future to purchase subsidized fertilizer in November, so that by November, December, January, farmers should have subsidized fertilizer. Mr. Speaker, I want to tell KNTC, if they bring subsidized fertilizer after 14th of April this year, in the next 1 week, as we have closed planting season, and also to request they diversify subsidized fertilizer to include coffee, to include tea, because majority of your people plant tea, to include sugarcane, to include even beans from Ukambani, and my brother Ngusia is there. So, Mr. Speaker, we must agree that on the issue of hunger, we approach it through 3D. We don't just look at the normal angle. And therefore, I really want to thank the president because he is working towards regionalization to free Kenyans from hunger. And therefore, when this bill comes, it will have a role to play through what Senator Mungatana is playing, because Kenya National Human Rights is given opportunity. And therefore, I want to tell my brothers from the other side, respectfully, you don't need to carry sufuria on your heads or the cooking pot. What we need to do is agree, go back to the farm, do proper farming, get enough food, take down sufuria, go and cook that food for the benefit of all Kenyans. Mr. Speaker, that's the only way we will change. Even if we do bipartisan approach and discuss about the cost of living and hunger subsidy and water, it is not sustainable. And any person who stepped in economic class knows that subsidies are never sustainable. You saw fuel subsidy, 34 billion could not be accounted. In fact, we had to censor the Minister of Energy in the previous handshake government where the political godfather of my brother, Senator Eddie Okech, was a big brother in that engagement, Mr. Speaker. We had 34 billion cannot be accounted for. The UNGA subsidy. So I want to ask my brothers on the issue of cost of living and food. We must allow farmers in Migori to go back to farming, in Nandi to go back in farming, in Kakamega, in Bomet, in Mandera. We can do irrigation in Kulana, Kulalu. I'm told even Sai, Mr. Speaker, as we talk today, floods is wreaking havoc in the northern part of Kenya. Why don't we use water pans, harvesting dams, Mr. Speaker, so that when it is dry season, our animals and we can do irrigation in northern Kenya, Mr. Speaker, and we can get enough and sufficient food. Mr. Speaker, Bingwa Mutarika in Malawi ensured that from food insecurity, through what the president is doing, through provision of subsidy in production, that country became food secure. And by the way, Mr. Speaker, if the country cannot provide food for its people, it is a threat to national security. And therefore, I want to thank the president and to say we need to actualize this, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, because I want only to finish with the issue of water. Mr. Speaker, the president and the government has committed it will build 100 dams. For example, in my county, Nandi, we are building Keben Dam, which is around 10 billion Kenya shillings. The border of Nandi and Kisumu, there is Soin Koru Dam. That is around 30 billion. We are building there between Kericho, Nandi, and Kisumu. We are also building Cape Karen Dam. That is 1.2 billion. Two rivers in Wasingishu, Karmenu Dam, Twake. You saw the president on Thursday, Mr. Speaker, at Mwache, commissioning and ensuring completion of Mwache, Mr. Speaker. There is Musima Springs in Coast that is not sufficient for those people, Mr. Speaker. Across the country, in Kakamega, 100 dams plus will be built. Even in Nyanza, in Siaya, in Omabe, even in Kisumu, Mr. Speaker. Because the president has realized that under Article 43, he has an obligation to ensure clean and safe water, Mr. Speaker. Because most of the diseases is because, I don't know whether Mukumu issue, where Senator Boni Khalwala and our condolences, our deepest condolences and our empathies with parents and stakeholders of Mugumu girls, and I think the other school that because I think we have lost a number of students. I don't know whether it is because of unclean water, but maybe as investigations ongoing, we'll be able to know, Mr. Speaker. But provision of access and clean water is very critical. Most diseases are related with water, Mr. Speaker, and therefore, the government must go a step forward and build 100 dams and ensure they are there, Mr. Speaker. We want to provide water in this city. There is this issue of Muranga providing water, the tunnel. We have the water that is there is no longer Kindaruma dams that is sufficient to this city, Mr. Speaker. There is no water. Most of the people in this city are drilling boreholes in this water, Mr. Speaker, to get water, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, even when demonstrations were there, you know, getting water is a problem. You know, we wanted to make it, and I saw, by the way, was it pipeline, where ordinary Wananchi was removing water, washing our brothers and sisters that had given pink or was it purple water. So, Mr. Speaker, water is life. Water is important, and I think the president has realized that it is. Finally, on education. We are just discussing the issue of education, Mr. Speaker, and you know when I said many people are laughing on social media, you know, us who are comrades, I don't know whether Senator Eddie went, is it called somewhere in the US, I think the Ministry of Education should get us the accreditation properly so that some of us can pronounce whether comrades were there. Because at the beginning of the semester, Mr. Speaker, comrades eat chicken. After 2-3 weeks, when the HELB boom is easing off, comrades start eating the egg. After some time, Mr. Speaker, we eat what the chicken eats, and that is sukuma wiki, the kales, and many others. So, Mr. Speaker, it is also important that education should be afforded. And I have a very strong argument that why would we use public money to fund private universities? And that is why you find today everybody is writing to private universities. And I'm happy for the first time. Most of the young people, and I'm proud, are now shunning universities, Mr. Speaker, to go to TVETs, technical vocational training centers. Because, Mr. Speaker, all of us cannot go to university. And I'm happy the turnover, Mr. Speaker, the children who are going to technical institutions, Mr. Speaker, are doing so for the benefit, for their lives, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, I know it will be unpopular We cannot, and I want to ask CS Machoku to restructure, when they are giving capitation of higher education's loan board, they should not give priority to private universities. And I think the former Minister of Education must have done an holy alliance with these private universities. Because our universities, public universities, are dying. When you go there, there are no toilets, the buildings are pathetic, lecturers are not being paid, lecturers are living in squalor, Mr. Speaker. You find at the end of the day, lecturers are running to private universities like Strathmore University, like many universities that we know, Kabarak and many others, Mr. Speaker. Why don't we go and fund, using higher education loan board funds, to fund public universities, to make them competitive? Most of our universities have shut down research. They are not getting funding to do research. How can we expect our graduates to be competitive? I don't know, Senator Eddy was mentioned on the issue of server. How can we make sure our children are able, Mr. Speaker, to know what server is? When we say open the server, we want to see the arithmetic. I know he's an IT person. You know, Mr. Speaker, how? So if education must be affordable and quality, that is my argument. The education must be affordable and quality. The issue of junior secondary schools, Mr. Speaker, there was allegation that one teacher was teaching the entire subjects. How can we ensure affordable and quality education if we are not, Mr. Speaker? And therefore, Mr. Speaker, in 1 minute, is that this bill will ensure for us who are champions of human rights, it will do exactly what is the best for us.
Senator Cherargei, your time is up. Honorable Senator Muma Muyeka Catherine.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. First, I'd like to congratulate Senator Mungatana on this very important bill. Mr. Speaker, this may very well be one of the most important bills that this country needs to have. Mr. Speaker, we have a constitution that recognizes the entire range of human rights, including socioeconomic rights. Those of you who know what socioeconomic rights are, these are rights that are not just achieved at a go, they are rights that are progressively realized. Mr. Speaker, Article 21 of the Constitution actually calls upon the state to put in place legislative measures to ensure that standards for achieving progressive realization of the rights in Article 43 are put in place. This bill is an attempt to help us to achieve that. Mr. Speaker, the rights under Article 43 include the right to health, including reproductive health rights, the right to water and sanitation, freedom from hunger, the right to education, the right to housing, and the right to emergency treatment, among other rights. Mr. Speaker, Kenya is also signatory to international treaties, particularly the UN Convention on Rights, on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. And Article 2 of the Constitution makes that convention part of the laws of Kenya. We are also signatory to the African Charter that has also provided these socioeconomic rights. The way to implement these rights is through the sectoral ministries and by counties. So the right to health, for instance, is implemented consultatively or cooperatively by the Ministry of Health and the county governments. So is the right to water, education, and so on. Mr. Speaker, therefore, the number one space where these rights are implemented are the sectoral policies and the sectoral laws on water, on health, and all those rights that are provided. Article 21, that is the article that this bill seeks to implement, is an article that seeks to help us to enforce the implementation of these rights. And this bill intended to do this. Mr. Speaker, our Constitution contemplated that we would have oversight, independent institutions, and these include the Article 59 commissions, including the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, the National Gender and Equality Commission, and if you look at the laws that established these commissions, Section 8 of the National Gender and Equality Commission actually gives the mandate to set the standards for implementing Article 43 rights to the National Gender and Equality Commission. This bill proposes to give that mandate to the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights. So if passed as is, the bill would have consequential implications on both the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights Act and the National Gender and Equality Act. So and I happen to be a member of the JLAC, one of the recommendations we were making is that we need to look at this bill as we amend. We need to ensure that we are reading other laws that will be impacted by this bill to ensure there is harmony and not confusion. That's one of the recommendations we made. We also made a recommendation that the best way to ensure that a sector implements its responsibilities under Article 21, under Article 43, is to ensure that the policies of that sector, the laws of that sector, actually entrench that responsibility. So the responsibility, for instance, to ensure progressive realization of the right to health are best entrenched in the Public Health Act, in the health policy at the national level, and in the county sectoral laws and policies, if any. So that those who are implementing, and implementers in the executive usually have sectoral policies and laws that guide their implementation. So those sectoral laws, it is our responsibility to ensure that all those laws have recognized health as a right, have recognized water, sanitation as a right, and so on. So, Mr. Speaker, what we suggested in the committee, that one, this bill would call upon those in the different sectors to mainstream or to recognize the responsibility to implement in all their sectoral policies and laws and ensure that they're there. Mr. Speaker, because the enforcement or the oversight role has been given to the Article 59 commissions and the Gender and Equality Commission in particular, which was asked to actually put in place standards, we need to find a way in which Parliament can oversight on the entire process. Parliament's role is to represent, to legislate, and to oversight. So this law should come up with guidance on how we can hold the Article 59 commissions responsible in respect of the mandate given to them to implement, to oversight the implementation of the of Article 43 rights. It should equally provide the standards that Parliament can use to enforce the implementation of these rights by the executive. So the recommendations we have made in the committee report was basically to amend this law so that it specifically calls upon possibly a joint committee or relevant committees in the two houses that deal with human rights, with a requirement to put in place a mechanism and a standard that can assist us in measuring progressive realization of these rights. Mr. Speaker, these rights happen to align with the SDGs. They happen to align with, in the previous government, some of the big four. They align with the manifesto that the current government wishes to implement. So all we are saying in terms of implementing or enforcing these rights is trying to put in place a mechanism that can enable Senator Boni and the rest of Senate to be able to go to Kakamega and find out if only so many percentage or so much percentage of citizens of Kakamega are able to access primary health care in 2023. What measure are we going to put in place so that we are able to find out whether that measure is better come 2026? Are we able to tell the Kenyans that through our evaluation mechanism, we are able to tell Kenyans that we are making progress insofar as facilitating access to the right to health in Kakamega County is concerned? Equally, we would be able to find out whether we are clawing back. Maybe Tana River was at particular percentage in facilitating access to water. But 2 years later, we find, in fact, that percentage has dropped. We would be able to measure to find out we are actually clawing back on these rights. So this is a very important bill. It's an important bill that we must carefully ensure that we have crafted it in such a manner that it will not be a dead law. It will be a law that will actually enable us to hold people accountable. It is a tool that, in fact, the Auditor General can use to try and measure performance. In our conversation with the Auditor General recently, we talked about performance auditing. This is one of the tools that will facilitate performance auditing, because we will be able to know what is the impact of giving so many billions to County X. What has it delivered, what has it not delivered? We will also be able to tell when a governor is leaving, when the governor comes in, what did you find in place? As you're leaving, are you leaving that county in a better position, or are you leaving it in a worse off position? So, Mr. Speaker, as we support this bill, I would want to urge that we collectively work as a Senate with Senator Mungatana to take into account all the issues that I've discussed, including the discussion of the Equalization Fund, Mr. Speaker, which is discussed and factored in the PFMA Act. But this bill has not made that cross-reference. So, in fact, the bill suggests that socioeconomic rights should be implemented using the Equalization Fund. It was the view of our committee that the Equalization Fund is an affirmative action fund intended to handhold the areas that were historically marginalized. It was not the tool for implementing. In fact, the basic budget or the primary budget of government is the place that should actually hive off the money for implementing the right to health, hive off the money for implementing the right to water, hive off the money for implementing the right to housing, but the Equalization Fund can only come in to handhold the regions that have lagged behind because they were historically marginalized.
Honorable Senators, Senator Catherine Muma, you will have your 7 minutes to conclude on your comments when the House resumes. Honorable Senators, it is now 6:30 p.m., time to adjourn the House. The Senate therefore adjourns until tomorrow, 12th April 2023 at 9:30 a.m.
So this is a very important motion to debate on. Number one, I think when you have a problem, talk less, do more. That is very important. And listen also. Like now we are offering some solutions. We had Kazi Mutahani. This used to take money to the youth in the rural areas. Reinstate that program. Number two, actually it is better than hiring people who do not need employment. Like 50 years, they don't need it. Take that money to mashinani. Number two, it is in the Constitution that we give county governments. We give county government 15%. Why don't we give them immediately we collect our taxes? Because that is where now the hunger really bites the people. Some have not even received their money since October. And this is the money that goes down up to the kiosks, through salaries, through contracts. If we do that, we will save the people. Let's not wait until we think we have the money. No, the Constitution is very clear, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker. If you collect 15% should go straight to the county government. Number three, we have an expensive education system, which we are changing every day and perfecting none. The introduction of junior. Some parents have kids in high school. Now you add on to them another uniform, another this and that. They can't. Some kids are being sent home, and you have had some committing suicide, some accidents. These are uncalled for, putting more pressure on parents for no good reason. There is also the issue of food security. Madam Speaker, this is unspeakable. Why should we have gross appetite for importation? Now we have rain coming in large numbers, but we are collecting none. We have had a situation that we can't depend on the weather. We have to irrigate our food and become food sufficient. What are we doing there? I understand, Honorable Baya, we do not need Zambian food. Let us grow food here and feed our people. A government, we cannot feed the people, is not a government too. Now, lack of priority setting. You know, if you don't have much, actually let me say it in another way. Collecting taxes is one way, but using those taxes that you have collected, Chair of Finance, you are leaving, you should collect taxes, yes, get whatever you can get, but have a priority spending so that you can get your priority right. Right now, we are spending on employment, we are spending on cars. In fact, I admire the President of Zambia, who could not sign. I'm not moving there. I'm a Kenyan. He did not sign any voucher for more cars because he had cars. Why don't we tame our spending because we don't have much taxation? I mean, don't have much revenue coming in. So expenditure discipline is very important. Lastly, you cannot solve a problem if you don't understand it. Please take time to understand what Kenyans are going through. Talk less, but I want to say this. Say what you mean and mean what you say. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Kiamba.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to such an important motion that is affecting the whole Republic and the people of Kenya, so that we can be able to substantiate facts and lies as well. Madam Speaker, I think this motion, and I really want to congratulate the Leader of Minority for bringing the attention of the government and also the side of the minority, so that we can discuss and debate on measures that we are going to take and what has brought us here as a country. Because it's also very important to take restock and also consider where we are coming from. Some of the issues that today have affected our country in such a big way is the issue of, the Handshake brothers. because the then opposition was not able to oversight the government the way it was supposed to have done, Madam Speaker. They were not doing their role as they are doing right now. And I think that's why we all agree that it is important for us to leave maandamano and streets and come to the floor of the House and prosecute and oversight the government so that they can make sure that the government is doing what it's supposed to be doing currently, Madam Speaker. The issue of debt, and I thank His Excellency the President because he spoke very well today. And he said we cannot continue borrowing and digging holes and making sure that we're not moving our country forward. And he said one of the measures that they are going to take is that we are not going to borrow only current expenditure. And that's what has been happening in this case, Madam Speaker. He stated because we're in the executive and you're owning up. If there are issues, the high cost of living, we are owning up, Madam Speaker. And he said the deficit that was there in 2022-2023 budget was about 800 billion. But 250 billion was also realized that was not accounted for and it was not declared in the budget, Madam Speaker. And therefore, he has really done what he is supposed to be doing and making sure that he's not going to borrow. And we have reduced the amount of money that we are supposed to have borrowed 2022-2023 to a tune of about 300 billion, Madam Speaker. These people can only wait. And because they realized that the trajectory that the Kenya Kwanza government is taking is to take this country to the next level, is to move from the shadows of our debts and also make sure that we are self-sustaining as a country, Madam Speaker. And therefore, we can only ask the minority side to support the government, to leave the streets, to go back and start building this country in terms of making sure that we respect the businesses of other Kenyans who are trying as much as they can to rebuild our country, Madam Speaker, after serious and vigorous campaign that we had in 2022, Madam Speaker. The cost of living, we cannot run away from it. But for sure, we have seen what the government has been able to do to actually bring the cost of unga that when we took over the government as Kenya Kwanza was about 250. And today, if you go to our stores, Madam Speaker, you realize that the cost of unga has dropped to about 180, Madam Speaker. And therefore, that's what we call progress. And it's only 6 months, Madam Speaker. The salaries have been delayed. For sure, it is true, it has never happened. But the President said, it is better for us to live within our means. If there are going to be issues to do with planting and making sure that we subsidize the production in terms of maize production, Madam Speaker. And we have seen the President is setting an example. It is the rainy season. We need to go back again to our farms, plant maize, plant food, plant local food, so that we can be able to feed ourselves and feed our neighbors and feed our country, Madam Speaker. Therefore, the work of the opposition is to oversight the government. And we really appreciate what the minority side is doing currently, Madam Speaker. The issue of subsidies, it's something that we have stopped. The issue of dollar rate going up and also making sure that the kind of imports that we have been importing, Madam Speaker, we have been able to deal with in terms of the exchange rates that we have been receiving from the banks. And the President has assured us today that in the next maybe 2 or so months that the dollar is going to come down to about 115 shillings. That's what we call the plan. And it is high time the opposition to sit down. Give us time. If in the next 1 year or 2 years, this country will be a different country, Madam Speaker. And therefore, the issue of delayed payments, the issue of pending bills, I think that's what the government and the President is dealing with. And we can only tell the Kenya.
Thank you. Your time is up. The member for Chepalungu, Honorable Victor Koech.
Yes, of course. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for this particular opportunity. And I want to start by congratulating Honorable Opio Endan for bringing this particular motion to the floor of the House. I am happy because now the Honorable Member is realizing that the only place that we can discuss meaningful issues affecting the country is only through the Assembly. And Madam Speaker, if I can take the House back to 2002, one of the greatest presidents that we have ever had, the late Mwai Kibaki, in his inaugural speech, talked about recovery of the economy. And it took him almost 3 years to stabilize the country's economy. The economy, at the end of his term, the economy had recovered to a record of 7.1, and our school-going children were going to school for free. That is the primary section. Our current president, William Samoei Ruto, in his inaugural speech 2022, talked of the measures he's taking to recover the economy. And one president said, if you want to set the country free, speak the truth. What the president is speaking about is merely the truth, because in his agenda, he wants to recover the economy of the country. In his agenda, he wants to bring back the decency that the country had before the handshake regime. And to that effect, Madam Speaker, the President said in his speech that the country is now going to shift from the subsidy policy of subsidizing consumption and now going into the policy of subsidizing the production. By so doing, in the next 18 months, in his projection, the country will have recovered fully. We are in support of the same, though we are in agreement, by so speaking the truth, that what the country is going through as at the moment economically is not so good. Madam Speaker, I want to end there and to save some minutes for the other members of Parliament. Thank you.
Member for Baringo North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First and foremost, I want to thank my good friend Upio Andai for coming up with this particular discussion. Madam Speaker, if truly we want to be Kenyans, then we should need to discuss this matter as members of Parliament who belong to the people of Kenya and who do not belong to political factions. Because when the economy of this country has a problem, then it is all Kenyans, regardless of all walks of life, will suffer. Hunger, living without food, insecurity, lack of infrastructure, lack of medicine does not favor Kenya Kwanza or Azimio coalition or any other coalition. It affects the people of Kenya. Madam Speaker, this regime is just 6 months. Madam Speaker, William Ruto has never become the president of Kenya before. This is an opportunity that he has to show his plan for the people of Kenya, which is sold and it was bought. This plan was bought by people of Kenya. And it is only fair if he is given time to implement this particular plan for the success of this country. But I'm supposed to remember when Kibaki took over, this country was down. In fact, I remember that those days budget was about 280 billion. But Kibaki, through to Libo Ushuru, to Chitekeme, actually brought up the country after, when many people were thinking Kibaki was a passing cloud, after about 1 year, he turned around the economy of this country to become a prosperous nation. And he was fought terribly. But Kibaki was financing the budget of Kenya 95% through its own revenue sources. Madam Speaker, I believe Dr. William Samoei Ruto, given a chance, will also do what Kibaki did for Kenya. Yes. Madam Speaker, this, where we are today as Kenyans, and I want to be very honest to my thinking and to Kenyans. We are here today because of too much appetite for borrowing. And it did not only start from when William Ruto fell out with Uhuru Kenyatta. It also started a long time ago, this appetite for borrowing. But it was escalated so much during the handshake period. Madam Speaker, there is also something that we as members of Parliament are forgetting, that we allow too much Chinese in this country, who are bringing so much goods to an extent that we raise our revenue sources, we get revenue for this country, and then spend in paying Chinese who do not bang in this country, and they take the resources of Kenya and the revenue of Kenyans outside this country. Madam Speaker, there is also too much appetite for corruption and deals in government by government officials. Madam Speaker, because of time, there is need to put up programs, even in these programs for irrigation. Madam Speaker, in a dam of 20 billion, 10 billion goes for compensation of exorbitant piece of lands. And only 5 billion goes for the real construction of dams. Madam Speaker, we need to use the waters of Lake Victoria, the waters of Lake Baringo, the waters of Naivasha, where you come from, to act to Mau Summit to change Kenya. To change Kenya through food production and food security. That is what will change Kenya. Madam Speaker, not Mandamano. Madam Speaker, there is need to provide subsidy for the farmers in the Rift Valley. Nobody is talking about them today. We need to boost the agricultural production. That is what will change Kenya. Industrialization, promoting the growth of industries in Kenya is what will change Kenya. Not Mandamano, not also too much talk from our side, Kenya Kwanza. We must stop the talk and walk the talk by delivering for the people of Kenya. Madam Speaker, this is the time of reason. This is not the time of debate of who wins who. It is the debate of Kenyans win as a people of Kenya. This is what will address the issue of
Order, members. The time being 7 p.m., this House stands adjourned until tomorrow, Wednesday, 12th April 2023 at 9:30 a.m.